Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Sounds good. Give me time to get coffee.
What is up, everyone? Good morning. Good morning. Happy UFO Hearing Day. This is going to be a fun little morning. We've got some friends hanging out, some more friends on the way. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting day, to say the least. We've got boots on the ground in DC. So hopefully we'll get some updates after. Right now, the only update I can give you is that there's a lot of grifters in line waiting. A lot of grifters in line waiting. So we'll see what happens. Good morning, everybody. Simon Fly, UFO Cholo, Mike, Brian Ebach, Fifi Barbora, Railroad Bum, Blaster Axe, Matt Riot is going to be here with us. Pinzer Lou, what is going on? Yamblat, What's shaking? Thank you all for being here this morning. Justin S. World in Chaos. Man, I'm getting better at reading names like that. Thanks for being here. R. Wolf. What's shaking? Always a pleasure. All right. Let's get into this. So we're going to be live streaming, obviously, the good old hearing. And here we have our buddy Matt Riot. Matt, what's going on? Can you hear me? Nope, he's adjusting himself. Let's do this. Let's do this. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Just making some morning adjustments here, guys. Please. Thank you for your patience. Matt, can you hear me? Oh, that's why, because I'm muted on this side. Hey, buddy, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Awesome. All right, let's kill the music. All right. We got a lot of stuff going on here. All right, Matt.
Yes.
Let's see if we can. I can hear my echo. So, do you have the show?
Okay. Yeah, I have the. No, the show's off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear an echo on your end.
Okay, let me have the headphones.
Yep. Want to use mine?
Yeah, I'll just use yours.
All right. Matt, how excited are you for this groundbreaking hearing? You ready for all the ground to be broken?
Yeah, we're gonna get disclosure right now. I think I'm pretty sure. I started like reading it or listening to it, and it was just like, oh, this is fucking boring.
Yeah,
so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Well, there's been some. So you can't see my screen, but you should be able to hear the hearing along with me, and we're gonna try and just listen to it and not pause it, even though I'm gonna be so tempted to pause it when I hear something stupid. But if there is a moment where you feel like we should pause it, let me know, and we'll pause it and talk about it. But we're gonna try and let it play all the way through.
That's perfect. Yep.
I'll make some notes. Listen to what everybody's saying. And then we'll talk about it after. We'll open the room up to the audience if you guys want to call in and share your opinions as well. There's a couple of things that have been happening. I'm going to pop this on the stream. Matt, you won't be able to see this, but the audience will. So we've got a clip here from News Nation. And of course, News Nation is the UFO nation. I can't remember the name of the overall corporation that owns News Nation, but they also own a lot of other news corporations, including the one that George Knapp works for at KTLA in Vegas. So, just keep that in mind when you get news from News Nation. But here they are hyping up the disclosure train, and they're talking about the line of people waiting outside of the hearing room. Now, again, keep this in mind. Like, this is the line of UFO grifters, believers, nutballs, extremists, you name it. These are not government officials. These are not lawmakers. These are not PR teams or lawyers, ready to defend their clients that are about to tell this groundbreaking truth. It's just a bunch of UFO believers. So when people say, oh my God, it's packed with UFO believers, not any real serious people. But I'm going to play this clip, and then I want to get your thoughts on that as well, Matt.
The interest in this topic, again, is enormous. This is the line from just members of the general
public. There's Jesse Michaels talking to Linda. That was... oh my God, dude. Oh, that was so funny. So far in this line, there's there's Danny, the back of Danny Sheehan's head, and Jesse Michaels is talking to, oh my God, who's the lady? What's Linda's, or it's Melinda Leslie, not Linda. I always say Linda. It's Melinda Leslie. Jesse Michaels talking to Melinda Leslie. And then, yeah, just a bunch of folks who are UFO believers. There's a good old, dude, it's early in the morning. So what's the old man's name? Robert, who, with the nukes. he's always yelling about
Salas? Robert Salas?
Salas. Yeah. Robert Salas is in line. I mean, dude, it's a who's who of ufologists. That looks like Chris Bledsoe possibly in line there.
Yes.
So, yeah, we're getting just a bunch of nonsense. And then you've got this reporter who's telling you, I've never seen anything like this. You know, we usually don't get a line like this for hearings. And it's because it's UFOs. I mean, what do you think, Matt?
Melinda Leslie, my ex-girlfriend. It's good to see her there. And Robert Salas, does he have a syringe hanging out of his nuts? Because
we can't see his nuts, unfortunately. Yep, they're covered by somebody else. He's just in line. You know, he's in line with a lot of people.
Got a cult
leader?
I mean,
So can you see the screen? I know you. Can you see this? Okay, yeah, you can't. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to look at the stream. But yeah, it looks like. You know what? Here, let me just share it here with you.
They can't see it either. You got to scroll down a little bit.
Oh, they can't. Sorry.
No, everybody's got to scroll down.
All right. Sorry, guys. I'm doing this on like 2 different streaming platforms here. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, okay, yeah, there it is. Sorry, guys. There's Chris Bledsoe. All right, sorry, I'll go through this again. Don't worry. Chris Bledsoe's in line. We'll back up. There's Robert Salas. And I'll back up some more. And there is Melinda Leslie with Jesse Michaels and the back of Sheehan's head. I mean, dude, it is unmistakable Danny Sheehan's head. Like, there's no doubt if Danny Sheehan committed a crime, he would be pointed out in a lineup so quickly.
Yes, he would. Yeah, there's no other head like that. It's beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful hair.
Beautiful hair. Beautiful hair. Let's see. So yeah, you should be able to see this now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, let's listen to what this guy says. It's really funny.
This is the line from just members of the general public, excuse us, I'm sorry, to get into this hearing. Now, Marnie, I've covered probably hundreds of congressional hearings. This doesn't happen. I've only seen a line like this to get into a hearing one time, and it was last year for the UAP hearing back in July of 2023. So obviously this topic...
It was last year when the other nuts showed up to the UAP hearing. Like, you wouldn't believe it. It was crazy. There's Bledsoe right there with holding the coffee cup.
Are interested in it. Now,
waiting for the blue lady to come ride him. Yep.
That is Bledsoe, right?
I think so. It's pretty...
I noticed...
I have my glasses.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. It's not very big. I'm sorry.
Like yeah, looks like him.
I can't see a wedding band on his hand.
Huh.
That's just, I always look at that for men. I don't know why, especially now that I'm married or getting married. You know, for being a family religious man, not wearing a wedding band on the biggest day of your life.
Got to go get some side piece.
I mean, it's just, I don't know. I always notice
allegedly.
These things. Allegedly. Everything's allegedly. Okay, so there was something interesting. I don't know if you saw this morning, Matthew.
No.
Okay, so this morning, Matt Ford put out, let me make sure this is in the screen for you guys to see.
Everyone's favorite incel.
Everyone. Okay, so listen to what Matt Ford put out this morning. He writes a statement with this. Put it there. Recorded statement of Matthew Ford regarding damning evidence. Regarding Arrow's director, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, and former head of CIA Directorate of Science and Technology, Glenn Gaffney. for the U.S. House Committee and Oversight Accountability Subcommittees on Cybersecurity, Information Technology, Government Innovation, and National Security of Border and Foreign Affairs. Thank you, my lady. Sorry, guys. I'm just getting a coffee delivery from Michelle.
I just got a glasses delivery from Pinzer. That was nice.
Yeah. Oh, man. We have good women in our lives.
Yes, we do.
Hello.
So...
Hi, Michelle.
Matt says hi. Unidentified. Anyway, he tags all of these lawmakers, and including a couple of other maniacs like Chris Sharp, American Alchemy, Tim Gallaudet,
Dull rocks.
So and so. So let's listen to what Matt has to say here.
Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, ranking members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. My name is Matthew Ford, an American journalist and host of the Good Trouble Show podcast. Today, I'm introducing damning information regarding the former director of the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. I am a patriot who cares deeply about our nation's security, but above all, I care about the truth.
So many funny things, but yeah. Yes. And a patriot.
I muted the audience. Yeah. I'm a journalist and I'm a patriot are the two funniest things he said in this so far.
Yes.
So funny.
It's good.
All right.
In November of last year, journalists Christopher Sharp, Josh Boswell, and I published a story in the Daily Mail exposing for the first time the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology's Office of Global Access and its classified UAP crash recovery program. Last weekend, Christopher Sharp published a follow-up article in the Liberation Times, providing further detail on how the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology operates its UAP crash recovery and reverse engineering programs through the Office of Global Access and the CIA's Counter-Proliferation Mission Center, or WCPMC. The head of the Directorate of Science and Technology serves as the primary gatekeeper of the entire UAP Deep Legacy program.
How does
overseeing
he
operations
know that?
I'd love to see the evidence. For
I would
stuff,
and here's the thing. You could go and read those Chris Sharp articles. There is zero evidence. It's
I
painful.
can only imagine any of his painful articles. Yeah,
they are painful to watch, but or read rather, and he's also painful to watch. But there's zero evidence in those articles of what he just said. And how does a lighting technician, just like how would an actor or a guy who grows weed, know where the UAP legacy program is, and furthermore know who runs it?
Yes. They're deeply embedded with all their sources, I'd imagine. Their secret sources.
It's not CNN, not ABC, not like an investigative journalist that has been,
Times,
that looking at this for his, on his spare time for a long time. These guys who've gotten almost every single thing that they've written and posted about wrong, like completely wrong.
Such as the detection of UAPs through classified platforms, recovery operations, disbursement of recovered craft to government agencies and private defense contractors, and protection of derived off-world technologies. Glenn Gaffney, the former head of the Directorate of Science and Technology, is one of those gatekeepers.
Right.
Last year, I revealed that Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the former director of AARO, had assembled a secret technical advisory group to counsel AARO. Following my story, Dr. Kirkpatrick confirmed the existence of this committee to members of Congress, but refused to disclose the members' identities. As of 2 weeks ago, this classified advisory board continues to advise AARO. Multiple sources have confirmed that Glenn Gaffney, the former head of the Directorate of Science and Technology and gatekeeper of the UAP Deep Legacy program, was handpicked by Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick to be on this advisory board. I must emphasize this. The most consequential person involved with the cover-up of non-human technology is advising the office which Congress has given a mandate to find these technologies. This is an abomination.
It's an abomination. It's an
What
abomination.
does this fucking noob know? He's a fucking noob. What the fuck is he? He came into ufology and got to the bottom of it in a year.
Dude, yeah, he got to the bottom of it in a year, and now he's giving a hyperbolic diatribe to members of Congress. This schmuck. Unconstitutional. What else is it, Matt?
Is unconstitutional. This is criminal. Also concerning
And criminal
is the fact that Glenn Gaffney is not the only Arrow Advisory Board member who is involved with the Legacy Crash Retrieval and Reverse Engineering Program. There are others whose names have not yet been divulged to me.
See, here's the thing that he's doing right now. And this is the difference between what I do on this show and what these guys do right here. He's naming these people as if they are committing crimes, not only against, the law, but against humanity. Against the truth, against disclosure. And he's doing it to a group of mentally vulnerable adults that have tendencies to do extreme shit.
Yes. It's akin to dropping Q breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
But worse, because it's not just breadcrumbs.
But yeah, because he's actually naming people within the Department of Defense and our intelligence community. I don't think he understands what he's doing.
Do you? I mean, I think he clearly understands what he's doing by naming these people and sicking them on people. Does he believe it? Who fucking knows?
Well, here's the thing, man. Like, what if Gaffney, was it Glenn Gaffney?
Yeah.
Gets shot by one of these people.
Yeah, that's...
Or shows up at their house.
Yeah.
Whatever. It would be directly related to this video. And it's already got 265 retweets.
Oh my God.
It goes up by the second.
That's insane. I can't believe that many people know who Matt Ford is, to be honest with you.
Well, dude, I mean, in less than a year, like he was on he did the exact same trajectory I did, except he just went to 6th gear with the propaganda. But I mean, dude, he had nobody following him for years until he started with the UFO thing. Once he found the UFO thing, he had. Well, he did. I don't know if he had a show, like a live stream, but he definitely put out content and videos. He does the Stand for Better, the Democratic think tank that is just him. It's not a think tank. It's more like a think sock. I mean, I don't know. But like, this is dangerous shit. Like, I come on this show and I will tell you who I think is lying or who I've seen direct evidence of lying, and we'll make fun of them. We will tease them, but we never, especially in a scenario like this where we're telling people they're holding back secrets of humanity and committing crimes against humanity. Like, we've never done that. That's never been this show. And here we are, Matt Ford, the guy who's basically taken my spot. He stole so many people stole the UCR sort of form, which was really simple. It's not anything new, but the second I showed up and started doing live streams with good lighting and good editing and you can hear me clearly and shit like that, that's when everybody's like, oh, this is how you do it? And then this guy, who's actually a good lighting tech in Hollywood, I've ran into other people that know this guy. And
so that's what he does, huh?
That's what he does, and he's good at it. But that's all he does. He should stick with it. Yeah. He should stick with it. But he saw what I was. I think what happened is he was a big fan of my show. All of the guys that have done all of those extreme acts online, like the disclosure memes and the guy who does all of his graphics. The uplifting tweets guy, the King Milk Farts. They all used to love me, and then I started questioning the narrative, and then they started attacking me, and now they've attached themselves to this guy, the guy with the tie. The guy who basically was like, oh, this is like Lou Reviews, just everything whiter. I want to hear.
Just whiter.
It's whiter, and it's also just feed it into my veins. There's never a moment where Matt Ford makes me angry or makes me question my own belief system. It's just pure, unadulterated horse shit. And please just feed it. And that's what people love. That's what he saw when he started talking about this in his statistics, in his numbers, and here we are. Now he's in Washington heading up the UAP Disclosure Fund, whatever the fuck that means. He's going into lawmakers' offices, and now he's threatening members of the Department of Defense and calling them out by name and weaponizing a group of people to attack someone. I don't understand why nobody looks at this and goes, what the fuck? What the fuck?
I mean, it's not much different than Ross Coulthart saying he was going to, have people drugged behind Hummers or whatever he was saying.
Yeah, well,
I don't remember what it was.
Well, it's the same. You're right. It's the same. Because Ross Coulthart he said, these people are holding back secrets that would, help humanity, and they should be drug out, tied behind Humvees, and stoned to death.
Yeah, taking it biblical.
What kind of UFO believer do you want to follow?
These guys don't get it. The second that if any of these dudes ever stop pulling their bullshit and kind of get some cojones, they're going to be targets, like super hard targets. They don't get that.
Here's I think here's what's going to happen is someone like a Glenn Gaffney gets hurt, and the people that are going to be responsible are guys like Matt Ford.
Yes. But I mean, there will be no.
he'll be the scapegoat. He'll be the scapegoat for this, and I mean, I hope the people who are weaponizing him to do this stuff, that are encouraging him to do this stuff, that are in his ear telling him, "Oh man, it's so close, Matt. Keep fighting, man. You're doing great things. There's people in Congress who are really listening to you. You're doing great things. Keep going. I know who's in his ear. Look, in the short time we've been talking about it, it's already up to 274 retweets.
That's scary.
It's scary. It's scary.
AARO's primary missions is to provide a means for government whistleblowers to make protected disclosures on classified UAP special access programs, or SAPs, and controlled access programs, or CAPs, to AARO and its staff. The fact that Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick chose as one of his primary advisors the very gatekeeper overseeing CIA-controlled UAP access programs raises serious questions about Dr. Kirkpatrick's true motives as the director of AARO. This reporting...
And now he's again putting another target on a former member, retired veteran.
Yeah.
Former member of the Department of Defense and Intelligence community, and has a better and more immaculate resume than anyone who's ever been presented in the UFO discussion. So another target he's painting.
That shit so hard, like having anything to do with this. You can just see it in how he speaks.
I don't think so, dude. To me, he's very absolute. He feels he's on a mission. Like, man, I tell you, I felt this kind of euphoria right after Big Phone Home 1, and the things that Sean Cahill was telling me privately on the kind of mission I'm on, and to stay on the path, stay on the path, just keep going, man. Like, this path, this is where you're supposed to be. And he's absolutely bought that hook, line, and sinker.
Am I on the normal show screen? I don't think anybody sees me over there.
No, nobody sees you because
okay,
they will once we start the
That's totally fine.
the thingy. Right now, I'm just going through.
May function as a fly.
Wait, what were you saying?
Mick West said that Matt Ford tried to convince everyone that he was a Wikipedia editor.
Oh yeah, no, he's been doing that
Always
for
on point.
The last 8 months. He's been trying to convince people of that. And his best investigator on the case is Rob Heatherly.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah,
yes.
the guy who lives in a garbage dump.
Yes.
The great investigator, Rob Heatherly, who's never been a police officer, a detective. He's never gone to any sort of training to investigate things. That's cool. It's cool. That's his best investigator to prove that Mick West is a Wikipedia paid Wikipedia
that's
editor.
How it'll turn out.
Dude, he is. I wrote this morning. He's on the spectrum. Like, Matt Ford's on the spectrum. It's in my opinion, Matt Ford's on the spectrum.
He's certainly a stuffy white guy.
Yeah, stuffy white, just
blob. I've seen him shirtless.
It's bad.
He's very pasty. Very pasty.
Look, I'm not going to sit here and judge anybody shirtless, right? Like, who the hell am I? And I've seen that photo. And and I was like, you know what, dude?
Good things to say.
You know what, dude? I that's a way better body than I got. So I'm not going to sit here and make fun of that.
He's certainly has a lot of confidence.
Yeah, good for him, dude. I mean, look how much confidence he has when he's targeting people in the Department of Defense. Like,
oh my goodness,
it's the same confidence he's got right now. So I just think that confidence is gonna get him in some hot water, especially if somebody gets hurt.
Operation,
for sure.
Intercepting whistleblowers' testimonies and feeding their identities back to the CIA. You have heard that there are whistleblowers who don't trust Arrow. My sources have informed me that this is one of the reasons why. If the CIA intercepts their...
It started. It is started.
All right.
So I'm going to swap it over here. I'm going to share this tab instead. Let's get disclosure. Let's do it. Move this over here. All right. We're a couple minutes behind. So I'm just going to start it from the beginning here, guys.
And many high-ranking individuals in the military and intelligence communities believe UAPs demand greater attention, and thus the purpose for this hearing today. Former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster said on Bill Maher's program that, quote, there are phenomena that have been witnessed by multiple people that are just inexplicable by the science available to us. Army Colonel Carl Nell, a member of the federal government UAP task force, said at a conference this past May that non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new, and it's been ongoing, and there are unelected people in the government that are aware of that. But UAPs remain a controversial topic. I'm not going to name names, but there are certain individuals who didn't want this hearing to happen because they feared what might be disclosed.
Why not name names?
Firm. No amount of outside pressure would ever keep me from pursuing a subject to ground, come hell or high water. On that score, Nancy. I want to thank our witnesses for being here. We have before us a panel of individuals accomplished in the military, in civilian government, in science, and in journalism. Some of the testimony you will hear them deliver today does not reflect well on influential individuals and agencies within the U.S. federal government and perhaps some of our contractors. It's never easy to present such information publicly. So I appreciate our witnesses voluntarily agreeing to being here today. This hearing is intended to help Congress and the American people to learn the extent of the programs and activities our government has engaged in with respect to UAPs and what knowledge it has yielded. This includes, of course, any knowledge of extraterrestrial life or technology of non-human origin. If government-funded research on UAPs has not yielded any useful knowledge, we also need to know those facts. Taxpayers deserve to know how much has it been invested, how much has been spent. They shouldn't be kept in the dark to spare the Pentagon a little bit of embarrassment. The reality is, despite their enormous taxpayer-funded budgets, the transparency of the Defense Department and the intelligence community have long been abysmal. The Pentagon has failed 6 consecutive audits. In fact, it's never actually passed one. Adding to this is a runaway overclassification of documents and materials, a reluctance to declassify materials when appropriate, and at times an outright refusal to share critical information with Congress. In short, it's not a track record that instills trust. So Congress has tried in recent years to lift the veil and find out if information about UAPs is being withheld, not only from the American public, but also from their elected representatives in Congress. Part of the transparency effort was legislation created in the Pentagon, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, but the new office is struggling to get its footing. A recent statutorily required report from AARO, intended to illuminate the government's historic assessment of UAPs, was heavily criticized by those seeking UAP transparency. The report has stoked suspicions AARO is unable, or perhaps unwilling, to bring forward the truth about the government's activities concerning UAPs. I'm disturbed that AARO itself lacks transparency. Even its budget is kept from the public. So if there is no there, then why are we spending money on it, and by how much? Why the secrecy if it's really no big deal and there's nothing there? Why hide it from the American people? Because I'm not a mathematician, but I can tell you that doesn't add up. I expect some of our witnesses to share their views on that AARO report. We will also hear from the witnesses today allegations of UAP-related misinformation and disinformation by government officials of which they are personally aware and directly experienced. And we will hear testimony today concerning recent revelations about a purportedly secret UAP program whose existence and findings may have been improperly withheld from Congress. But before we get to the witnesses, we're going to have a few more opening statements from our colleagues. And one thing I wanted to add at the end of my closing statement is there is a document that will be entered into the congressional record today. Mr. Tim Burchett from Tennessee has this document, and we just distributed it to every member up here on the dais of this document. But this is going to be the original document from the Pentagon about Immaculate Constellation that Michael Schellenberger delivered to Congress today. So thank you, Mr. Schellenberger, for this information. We are all reading it in real time now, and Mr. Burchett will enter it into the record. But 12 pages about this unacknowledged special access program that your government says does not exist. So with that, I would acknowledge my colleagues, Mr. Garcia. I want to say, first of all, to Mr. Connolly, who cannot be here today, the ranking member on my subcommittee on cybersecurity, I want to say that I was greatly saddened to hear about the recent news of Mr. Connolly's cancer diagnosis, and I want to convey to him and to all of our colleagues, we wish our very best to you and a full and speedy recovery. And with that, I would acknowledge Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairwoman. And I want to thank the Chairwoman and the Chairman both for their continued support and really treating this this discussion and these hearings in a way that's bipartisan. I think one thing that's very important for all of us that are interested in the conversation around UAPs is that this is an area that both Republicans and Democrats, where we may disagree in a lot of other spaces, this is an area where bipartisanship is really important. And in fact, I would add it's critical that we all continue to work together in a way that moves forward with the truth and important disclosure. So we're here to have a bipartisan and serious conversation, I believe, about our national security. We should always ground these conversations in facts evidence, and the data in front of us. I want to note that we have our witnesses here. I want to thank you all for being here, and note that also amongst you have folks that have also served us in our military. And I know that for many of you, this has been a difficult process, but I'm very grateful to have you with us today, and thank you for joining us. I also want to note that today's hearing builds on a quite, I think, also historic public hearing that we had many months ago that Mr. Grothman and others helped lead in this very same hearing room, where I believe we began a really important public conversation about UAPs. And so I want to thank him for that, and I especially want to thank Chairwoman Mace for her continued advocacy on this topic. I also want to start with some facts. We know that there are objects or phenomena observed in our airspace, as our witnesses will testify, and also possibly in our oceans. In many cases, we don't know what they are, and this is, of course, why we're discussing UAPs. Now, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, has reported hundreds of UAPs that remain, quote, uncharacterized and unattributed, and which, quote, appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities and require further analysis. This is our own AARO office. Now, we shouldn't prejudge what they might be. I'm certainly not going to. We need evidence. But what we are detecting things, and we know that we don't understand them, and this is worth investigating. Now, the American people have legitimate questions, and I believe it's critical that Congress should help address them. This is about the truth and science and facts. Now, transparency and faith in our institutions is vital in a good democracy. Now, I'm proud to say that this hearing will build on that important bipartisan work, and I want to thank everyone for being involved, including members of our committee. Now, in our last hearing in July, we heard testimony that a significant number of pilots of major airlines have witnessed UAPs as well, but have no real confidential way of reporting them to the government. We heard that commercial pilots who encounter UAPs may be hesitant to speak openly due to stigma or fear of retaliation. We also know that AARO has reported that, and I want to quote, that most reports still reflect a bias towards restricted military airspace, a result of reporting from military personnel and sensors present in such areas. And so the lack of ability for civilian pilots raises real safety concerns and limits our ability to understand UAPs. This is a particular piece of this conversation that I am very interested in. Now, our last hearing inspired us to introduce the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, joined by Chairman Grothman, Chairwoman Mace, and a bipartisan group of co-sponsors. I see some of our leaders from Safe Airspace for Americans Act here.
Yep, here we go.
That would create a safe reporting for UAP process, which we want to continue to do. Now, members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have now taken an interest in this issue. Mainstream media, in many cases, is beginning to take more of an interest in this issue, and we should all be proud to carry that work and build confidence for the American people. I believe we can always be more transparent. To me, this hearing and others are simply about the truth and getting to the facts of what these UAPs actually are. It's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can work together to cut through misinformation and look for a serious and thoughtful way to have the discussion in public. Many of us have also called for additional public hearings to discuss UAPs. This should be a topic that continues on throughout the Congress so that we can gather more information, data, and work with the relevant agencies to gather more information. Finally, I just want to add that those that are here on this dais, many of us have participated also in classified briefings as well, and where we have also gained a lot of important, I think, and interesting information, at least I personally
We're going to talk about those classified briefings
with that
as soon as
information,
this
we want
is
to
done.
continue today's hearing, and I thank all of our witnesses for being here. And with that, I'd like to yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, and I'd now like to recognize Mr. Grothman for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you.
Look how empty it is.
Good morning. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here one more time. This is a topic I've been interested in since 8th grade. I'd like to thank Ms. Mace for working with me on this topic and for making this a joint subcommittee hearing.
Great.
Last year, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs held an historic hearing to understand the potential national security risk of unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs. We heard from former Navy Commander David Fravor, who shared firsthand experience with a UAP he engaged while on duty in the Pacific. We learned from David Gresh, a former member of the intelligence community, who revealed the supposed existence of secret government programs hidden from congressional oversight. Additionally, former military pilot Ryan Graves informed us of the limited ways in which the military and commercial pilots can report UAP sightings. Since that last hearings, I've led several briefings with government agencies to deepen my understanding with these issues. First, the Department of Defense Inspector General's Office informed us that the Department of Defense does not have a streamlined process for service members to report UAP activity. Since then, the Joint Chiefs have implemented standards for UAP reporting across the services. The Intelligence Community Inspector General informed us that whistleblowers often fear retaliation for reporting mismanagement of highly sensitive government projects or information. Finally, AARO has expressed to the committee that, like any other federal government agency, it's faced challenges in its establishment, specifically in hiring staff to manage UAP historical records and coordinating with other federal agencies. While these agencies have been helpful to us in understanding the challenges that come from collecting UAP data, none of them have been able to substantiate the claims made at this hearing last year by David Grush. Despite our committee members endlessly questioning these agencies inside and outside of a skiff. I hope our witnesses today will be able to provide evidence and content that is worthwhile to our pursuits of eliminating government waste and increasing transparency. To help alleviate some of the roadblocks, I'm supportive of measures that were included in last year's National Defense Authorization Act to increase transparency and improve record-keeping measures when it comes to UAPs. But I believe there's still more work to go. I co-led the Safe Airspace for Americans Act with Ranking Member Garcia, which requires the Federal Aviation Administration to develop procedures to collect UAP data from civilian aviators. I look forward to working with members of Congress to see that this legislation and other UAP legislation crosses the finish line. I'm deeply alarmed by the reporting of the massive drone swarm that flew over Langley Air Force Base in Virginia last December. Langley is the home of the 1st Fighter Wing, which maintains half of the F-22s in the U.S. Air Force inventory. Reports of this incident indicate these drones were roughly 20 feet long, flying more than 100 miles an hour at an altitude of over 3,000 feet. Yet the origin of these drones and their operators remains a mystery. This incident and other sightings near sensitive military installations highlights the complexity of the UAP challenge facing our intelligence, defense, and homeland security committees. Whether these phenomena are the result of foreign adversaries developing advanced technologies or something else entirely, we must take them seriously, investigate them thoroughly, and assess their implications on national defense. The repeated UAP sightings around sensitive military sites underscores the need for innovative defensive strategies beyond traditional measures. They also highlight the urgent need for updated policies to address emerging threats as well as more effective interagency cooperation and intelligence sharing. However, none of this is going to be possible without transparency. For far too long, critical information about UAPs has been either classified or ignored, leaving the American public and key congressmen without clarity needed to make informed decisions. Declassifying reports and fostering a more open dialogue about UAPs will not only increase the public trust, but also encourage collaboration between government, the scientific community, and our allies. Quite frankly, there's been things that have been kept secret that is, I think, old enough that there is no reason it shouldn't be released, regardless of any so-called, private information. A transparent approach will allow us to share insights, identify patterns, and develop new strategic defenses. As we continue to investigate these phenomena, we must do so with a mindset of protecting our country, advancing scientific discovery, and upholding the trust of the American people, who right now I don't think have trust, and it's just obvious I don't have trust. We cannot shy away from the unknown, especially when the stakes are so high. I look forward to discussing these matters with the witnesses today. I'm hopeful we can learn from the testimony and come out of this hearing with actionable ideas to advance UAP transparency. Actually, the idea is just to say, in my mind, go back 15 years and everything has to be released. I'm hopeful that we can learn from their testimony and come out of this hearing. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Moskowitz for a 5-minute introduction.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good morning, everyone. I first want to thank the chairs and ranking members for holding the hearing today on this topic and, again, having a second hearing. I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward today to share your expertise on UAPs and the need to build trust through transparency. But first, I want to mention, you might be wondering why Chairman Comer has allowed me to be a ranking member today, but it's really only because our dear friend, Jerry Connolly, is not here. As Chairwoman Mace mentioned, he was diagnosed with esophageal cancer, and all of us on this committee know Jerry, and he's a fighter, and we're praying for him and hoping for his speedy recovery. So today's hearing marks
guys, share the show if you haven't already. Please share the show.
Dedicated to UAP transparency. I was pleased, as I know all of us are, on the bipartisanship that existed in last year's hearing, and even though we can't talk about what happens in the classified settings, the bipartisanship that has existed in those settings with the questions members have asked. Last year's hearing was a great example of open dialogue about UAPs, and we must remain committed to sharing information with the American people. And I think you see that commitment based on the people here and the commitment across the political spectrum. I personally have worked with multiple members of this committee, but I want to particularly thank Congressman Burchett, Mace, Luna, and Garcia for working on bipartisan pieces of legislation. In recent years, Congress has taken numerous bipartisan steps towards greater transparency. In 2022, in the NDAA, we created the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to investigate unidentified flying objects. Following Arrow,
by the way, guys, there's only 12 lawmakers at this hearing right now. Only 12.
Included in the report, 171 remain
major media,
uncharacterized,
except for News Nation, as far as I can see.
Unusual
and what I've been told from people who are there.
That's a nice way of saying we don't want to tell you what they are. In March, Arrow revealed a report on the historical record of U.S. government involvement with UAPs, which covered investigatory efforts going back from 1945 to the present day. Earlier this year, I joined Congressman Burchett to introduce the UAP Transparency Act, which would require the declassification of all documents related to UAPs with many other members of this committee. In fiscal year 2024, the NDAA required the National Archives and Records Administration to establish the unidentified anonymous phenomena records collection. This collection will include digital copies of all unidentified UAP records that can be publicly disclosed. This commitment in transparency is vitally important, and unnecessary overclassification has led to a void of information, which has allowed theories over the decades to foster. When the American people and members of Congress ask, are reports of UAPs credible, we're met with stonewalling. We're met with responses of, I can't tell you. And in fact, we're met with people not wanting us to have hearings. We're met with people not wanting us to ask you questions. In fact, many of us were told not to ask some of you certain questions on certain topics. In a time of heightened distrust of our government institutions, I believe more transparency is not only needed, but is possible. And obviously we can respect national security limits, but we also have to provide our constituents with the information and oversight that they have tasked us for. As part of this, government agencies must maintain open lines of communication with members of Congress. And there are regular questions that Americans have. What are UAPs? Are they real? Are they ours? How has this technology been developed? How do they get funded? Right? And now we've seen this has gone from a long time ago where you could discredit people because it's some guy living in a Winnebago. You're able to see people now, these are pilots, these are military, these are folks with serious backgrounds. This has changed the face of this because now we have video. People will have questions. We know there are advanced technology programs. Almost 15 years ago, one of those came out of Area 51 to go after Osama bin Laden. And the only reason we know about that is because one of those helicopters was downed. Americans have questions about whistleblowers who have come forward to talk about retribution. And so I want to thank everyone for being involved today on trying to get more transparency. This has been bipartisan, bicameral, and as we get into a new administration, the president-elect has talked about opportunities to declassify information on UAPs, and I hope he lives up to that promise. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. And I would now, committee staff asked me to go ahead and I will do it, to enter into the congressional record this 12-page document that Michael Schellenberger brought today that describes the Immaculate Constellation government program. So we will do that now. Every member up here has a copy of it. The first section talks about the unacknowledged special access program called Immaculate Constellation. And the second section about USG imagery intelligence. And Representative Luna just told me if I say Immaculate Constellation, I'll be on some list, maybe a FISA warrant. So come at me, bro, I guess. But without objection, entered in the record. All right, so next we will introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Thank you so much for being here. Our first witness is retired Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, who retired from the U.S. Navy and is now the Chief Executive Officer at Ocean STL Consulting. Our second witness is Mr. Lou Elizondo, a former Department of Defense official and author of a recent bestseller book about UAPs. Our third witness is Mr. Michael Schellenberger, founder of the newsletter Public and author of a recent journalistic piece about special access
and the
programs.
guy who just fucking submitted something for congressional approval.
The staff wants me on a list. Okay.
Or for the record,
and our last
look at
witness
Matt
today
Ford.
is
What
Mr.
an asshole.
Michael Gold, a former NASA official who is also a member of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team. Welcome, everyone. We are pleased to have you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hands. This is where it gets real. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you being here today and look forward to your testimony.
1, 2, 3 photographers up front, 12 lawmakers.
And they will appear in full in the hearing record. You guys may be seated.
A lot of empty
Please
seats in that hall.
To 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button in front of you so the microphone is turned on so that everyone in the room, members included, can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired, and we would ask that you please wrap it up. So I will first recognize Rear Admiral Gallaudet to please begin your opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. Confirmation that UAPs are real came to me in January of 2015 when I was serving as the commander of the Navy Meteorology and Oceanography Command. At the time, my personnel were participating in a pre-deployment naval exercise off the U.S. East Coast. It included the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group, and this exercise was overseen by the United States Fleet Forces Command, led by a 4-star admiral who at the time was also my superior officer. During this exercise, I received an email on the Navy's secure network from the operations officer of U.S. Fleet Forces Command. The email was addressed to all the subordinate commanders, and the subject line read in all capital letters, "Urgent Safety of Flight Issue." The text of the email was brief but alarming, with words to the effect, "If any of you know what these are, tell me ASAP. We are having multiple near mid-air collisions, and if we do not resolve this soon, we are going to have to shut down the exercise." Attached to the email is what is now known as the Go Fast video, captured on the forward-looking infrared sensor of one of the Navy
thing going
F-18 aircraft
20
participating in the exercise.
fucking miles an hour, 40 miles an hour?
The video showed an unidentified object exhibiting flight and structural characteristics unlike anything in our arsenal.
Still
the
with Go
implication of
Fast.
the email was clear. The author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of classified technology demonstrations that could explain these objects. Because the DoD policy is to rigorously deconflict such demonstrations with live exercises, I was confident this was not the case. The very next day, that email disappeared from my account and those of the other recipients without explanation. Moreover, the commander of Fleet Forces Command and the operations officer never discussed the subject. Even during weekly meetings specifically designed to address issues affecting exercises like the one in which the Theodore Roosevelt Strike Group was participating. This lack of follow-up was very concerning to me. As the Navy's chief meteorologist at the time, I was responsible for reducing
Navy's
safety of flight
chief
risks.
meteorologist?
It appeared to me that no one at the flag officer level
Go on,
was
tell us
addressing
about
the
flight
safety risks posed
characteristics.
by UAPs. Instead, pilots were left to mitigate these threats
Fuck
on their
me.
own without guidance or support. I concluded that the UAP information must have been classified within a special access program managed by an intelligence agency. That is a compartmented program that even senior officials, including myself, were not read into. Last year's UAP hearing before this oversight committee confirmed that UAP-related information is being withheld from senior officials and members of Congress. And just this week, I learned from former DoD official Chris Mellon that satellite imagery of UAP from a few years ago still has not been shared with Congress. Equally concerning, last year's UAP hearing also revealed that elements of the government are engaged in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Having never signed a non-disclosure agreement regarding UAPs, and now as a private citizen, I've become an advocate for greater UAP transparency from the government. The continued overclassification surrounding UAPs has not only hindered our ability to effectively address these phenomena, but has also eroded trust in our institutions. While I applaud previous bipartisan legislation passed by Congress concerning UAPs, a more comprehensive approach is needed to address the broader implication of UAP on public safety and national security, as well as the socioeconomic opportunities that open UAP research could unlock. Therefore, I recommend Congress take the following action, which I believe will receive bipartisan support. First, establish robust oversight of the executive branch's management of UAP information by directing key officials, beginning with the director of the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, to provide comprehensive briefings on what the government knows about UAP and does not know. Two, enact the provisions of the UAP Disclosure Act that establish a UAP Records Review Board to ensure independent oversight, transparency, and accountability in the government's handling of UAP information. And three, strengthen the UAP Disclosure Act and future reauthorizations with provisions that mandate a whole-of-government approach to addressing UAP. In closing, I will share my personal reasons for speaking out on this topic. First, as a former science agency leader, having led the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, I've always sought the truth in human knowledge and thought. Now that we know UAP are interacting with humanity, and these include unidentified submerged objects in the ocean, we should not turn a blind eye, but instead boldly face this new reality and learn from it. Additionally, at a time when leaders in government leave much to be desired, I feel obligated to show moral leadership on this issue of UAP disclosure by validating the credibility of the courageous men and women who have come out as witnesses and whistleblowers to expose the truth. My speaking out has encouraged others to do the same, and it's my hope over time that a number of your constituents will want to know the truth and about UAP, and this number will increase to such an extent that the congressional action I have just recommended will become inevitable. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Elizondo for his opening statement.
Here we go.
Greetings, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Members Connolly and Garcia, and members of the committee. It is my honor and privilege to testify before you on the issue of unidentified anomalous phenomenon, formerly known as UFOs. On behalf of our brave men and women in uniform and across
formerly known as UFOs,
well as my fellow Americans who have awaited this day,
the artist.
Thank you for your
UFOs.
leadership on this important matter. Let me be clear. UAP are real. Advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. Furthermore, the U.S. is in possession of UAP technologies, as are some of our adversaries. I believe we are in the midst of a multi-decade secretive arms race, one funded by misallocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies. For many years, I was entrusted with protecting some of our nation's most sensitive programs. In my last position, I managed a special access program on behalf of the White House and the National Security Council. As such, I appreciate the need to protect certain sensitive intelligence and military information. I consider my oath to protect secrets as sacred, and I will always put the safety of the American people first. With that said, I also understand the consequences of excessive secrecy and stovepiping. Nowhere was this more apparent than in the aftermath of 9/11, which many of us remember all too well. I believe that America's greatness depends on three elements: A, a watchful Congress, B, a responsive executive branch, and C, an informed public. Over the last decade and a half, I learned that certain UAP programs were and are operating without any of these elements. Although much of my government work on the UAP subject still remains classified, excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. A small cadre within our own government involved in the UAP topic has created a culture of suppression and intimidation that I've personally been victim to, along with many of my former colleagues. This includes unwarranted criminal investigations, harassment, and efforts to destroy one's credibility. Most Americans would be shocked to learn that the Pentagon's very own Public Affairs Office openly employs a professional psychological operations officer as the singular point of contact for any UAP-related inquiries from citizens and the media. This is unacceptable. Many of my former colleagues and I have provided classified testimony to both the Department of Defense and the Intelligence Community Inspector General, and many of us have subsequently been targeted by this cabal with threats to our careers, our security clearances, and even our lives. This is not hyperbole, but a genuine fact, and this is wrong. To fix these problems, I propose 3 principal actions. First, Congress and the President should create a single point of contact responsible for a whole-of-government approach to the UAP issue. Currently, the White House, CIA, NASA, the Pentagon, Department of Energy, and others play a role, but no one seems to be in charge, leading to unchecked power and corruption. Second, we need a national UAP strategy that will promote transparency and help restore the American public's trust at a time when the public's trust is at an all-time low. This strategy should include a whole-of-government approach, including the academic and scientific communities, the private sector, and our international partners and allies. Third, Congress should create a protected environment so whistleblowers desperate to do the right thing can come forward without fear.
They've literally already done all of this.
These whistleblowers suffer because of stigma, a code of silence, and concerns about retaliation. These whistleblowers should be encouraged to come forward in ways that protect them against any forms of retaliation. Policies and procedures should ensure that protection, and for those who refuse to cooperate, it is up to the members of this committee and the other lawmakers to wield their subpoena power against hostile witnesses and prevent additional government funding to those UAP efforts that remain hidden from congressional oversight. In closing, we as Americans have never been afraid of a challenge. In fact, we thrive on them. Whether it's eradicating polio or going to the moon, we don't run from a challenge, we take it head on. To the incoming administration and Congress, I say to you, we need immediate public transparency. And this hearing is an important step on that journey. If we approach the UAP topic in the same way as we, as Americans, have met other challenges, we can restore our faith in our government institutions. Together, we can usher in a new era of accountable government and scientific discovery. I believe that we as Americans can handle the truth, and I also believe the world deserves the truth. Thank you, esteemed members of Congress, for your time today. It is profoundly appreciated by many.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent for Representatives Ogles of Tennessee and Boebert of Colorado to be waived onto the subcommittee for today's joint subcommittee hearing for the purpose of asking questions. Without objection, so ordered. I would now like to recognize
Hey,
Mr.
can the guys who
Schellenberger
aren't on the committee come ask questions?
Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Connolly,
Sure,
Ranking Member
why not?
Garcia, members of the subcommittees, thank you for inviting my testimony. One of Congress's most important responsibilities is oversight of the executive branch in general and the military and intelligence community in particular.
This guy oozes.
Unfortunately, there is a growing body of evidence that the U.S. government is not being transparent about what it knows about unidentified anomalous phenomena, and that elements within the military and the IC are in violation of their constitutional duty to notify Congress of their operations. President-elect Donald Trump and former President Barack Obama have both said that the government has information about UAPs that it has not released. There are other explanations for UAPs than that they represent a new form of life or non-human life. Current dominant alternative theories, including those put forward by AARO, are that UAPs are some kind of natural phenomena we don't yet understand, like ball lightning or plasma. They could also be part of some new U.S. or foreign government weapons programs, such as drones, aircraft, balloons, CGI, hoaxes, or birds. Whatever UAPs are, Congress must be informed, as must the people of the United States. We have a right to know what UAPs are, no matter what they are. However, we now have existing and former U.S. government officials who have told Congress that AARO and the Pentagon have broken the law by not revealing a significant body of information about UAPs, including military intelligence databases that have evidence of their existence as physical craft. One of those individuals is a current or former U.S. government official acting as a UAP whistleblower. This person has written a report. This is the report that says the executive branch has been managing UAP NHI issues without congressional knowledge, oversight, or authorization for some time, quite possibly decades. Furthermore, these individuals have revealed the name of an active and highly secretive DoD Unacknowledged Special Access Program, or USAP. The source of that document told me, that the USAP is a strategic intelligence program that is part of the U.S. military family of longstanding, highly sensitive programs dealing with various aspects of the UAP problem. The new UAP whistleblower claims that the U.S. military and IC database includes videos and images taken using infrared, forward-looking infrared, full-motion video, and still photography. The report that was just shared with Congress says Immaculate Constellation serves as a central or parent USAP that consolidates observations of UAPs.
Dude, this chat is so goddamn hilarious today.
Platforms. Immaculate Constellation includes high-quality imagery intelligence and measurement and signature intelligence of UAPs.
Does it, Schnellenberger?
The sources of this intelligence are a blend of directed and incidental collection capabilities, positioned in low Earth orbit, the upper atmosphere, as well as military and civilian aviation altitudes and maritime environments. The report to Congress details in detail various UAPs, including spheres, orbs, disks, saucers, ovals, triangles, boomerang, arrowhead, and irregular organic. The report describes various incidents found in the human intelligence databases. One involved orbs surrounding and forcing an F-22 out of its patrol area.
Look at them, dude.
In another incident, the crew of a Navy aircraft carrier watched a small orange-red sphere rapidly descend from a high altitude of 100 to 200 yards directly above the flight deck of the CVN, or aircraft carrier. And since my reporting on this Immaculate Constellation last month, another source came forward who told me that they saw a roughly 13-minute-long, high-definition, full-color video of a white orb UAP coming out of the ocean approximately 20 miles off the coast of Kuwait. It was filmed from a helicopter. Then halfway through the video,
another
said the
fucking orb coming out of the ocean that's been filmed that we'll never see.
Moving again out of the frame. The person discovered the video
a white,
on SIPR, the
so a white glowing thing came out of the ocean?
Which the
Gee,
DoD uses to transmit classified
how
information.
weird. We don't have anything in our military
A
arsenal that
leading
does
UAP
that.
researcher who utilizes the Freedom of Information Act to find out what the government knows, John Greenwald, told me last year that the U.S. government had been increasingly denying his requests for UAP information. He has been doing FOIA requests for 27 years and has an archive of 3 million pages. The government has for decades denied any interest in UFOs, he told me, but the documents that he has assembled show that behind the scenes, it was a completely different story. Contrary to the hopes of many advocates of transparency, the government has been restricting more information since the leak of 3 UAP videos in 2017. The DoD organization AARO has been labeling many documents with a B7 exemption, which Greenwald says does not make any sense. They're stating that anything AARO does is involved in law enforcement investigation, which allows AARO to not release it. Greenwald says that the DoD has denied the existence of a UAP and ATIP-related records on multiple occasions, only to acknowledge them after an appeal was filed. He added that the Naval Air Systems Command in March 2022 stated they found no additional UAP videos. It seemed strange that they had 3, and only those 3, but other requests had been filed by the Black Vault, that's John Greenwald's group, to seek out more places UAPs might be hiding. Then, in September 2022, the Navy admitted that the UAP-related videos and photographs existed, but denied the request in full for their release, saying that the requested videos contain sensitive information that are classified and exempt from disclosure. The DoD will deny things on a Monday and then admit to it on a Friday, said Greenwald. He said the government can and does release videos that protect secret methods of capturing it.
I love it. They're using Greenwald's work after having called him a
on-screen
felon.
information can be blurred and scrubbed. The metadata can be removed. I'll show you this example here. This is a presentation from the UATP task force. This is completely absurd. It's nuts, this level of censorship, of redaction on a document. It shows the redaction of how many reports they've collected, for how many years. 2 of the 3 potential explanations are blacked out. The Pentagon, the intelligence community is treating us like children. It's time for us to know the truth about this. I think that we can handle it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Gold for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace,
No?
Chairman
Oh, not
Rothman,
yet?
Ranking
Okay.
Members Connolly
Sorry.
and Garcia, Representative Moskowitz, and distinguished members of both subcommittees. I'm grateful to all of you, as well as your intrepid staff, for the opportunity to testify, and would like to begin by discussing courage. Courage is what it takes to tackle this topic, and courage in the face of adversity is what I see in front of me, beside me, and behind me. Per my introduction, I am currently the Chief Growth Officer at Redwire Space and have had several leadership positions at NASA. That being said, I want to be clear that I am speaking exclusively on my own behalf and not for Redwire, NASA, or any other organization. However, I am here today to speak out for science. Science requires data, which should be collected without bias or prejudice. Yet, whenever the topic of UAP arises, those who wish to explore the phenomena are often confronted with resistance and ridicule. For example, members of the NASA UAP Independent Study Team, particularly those in academia, were mocked and even threatened for simply having the temerity to engage in the study of UAP. Our best tool for unlocking the mystery of UAP is science, but we cannot conduct a proper inquiry if the stigma is so overwhelming that just daring to be part of a NASA research team elicits such a vitriolic response. Therefore, one of the most important actions that can be taken relative to exposing the truth of UAP is to combat the stigma, and this is where I believe that NASA can be eminently helpful. The NASA brand is synonymous with hope, optimism, and credibility. If you were to take a walk down the National Mall, you would immediately see the NASA logo on T-shirts, hats, and bumper stickers. Few federal agencies enjoy this kind of popularity. I've never seen anyone wearing an Office of Personnel Management T-shirt, which is why NASA could play such an influential role. Specifically, NASA could, with relatively little cost and effort, host symposia on UAP, or even just participate in existing panels examining the topic. NASA personnel stepping forward and
So you want
participating
NASA
in
to
such
do
discussions
UFO cons?
would make a powerful statement to the scientific community that UAP should be taken seriously and researched accordingly. In regard to
why?
research, NASA has vast archives, much of which may contain important UAP data. Again, for relatively little cost and effort, NASA could create an AI or ML algorithm that could search the agency's archives for anomalous phenomena. I suspect that such an effort would not only result in information that will help us to understand UAP, but could result in data that will assist in other areas of scientific inquiry, such as anomalous weather or meteorite activity. Beyond its existing archives, NASA could act as a clearinghouse for civilian and commercial UAP data. During my work on the UAP Independent Study Team, it quickly became evident that there is no clear or well-publicized process for civilian pilots to report UAP sightings. The stigma associated with UAP hampers the number of pilots that would report such phenomena, but even for those who overcome the stigma, I believe the current FAA guidance is largely unknown and poorly understood. In order to effectively collect UAP data, the independent study team recommended the use of NASA's Aviation Safety Reporting System, or ASRS. This system, which is administered by NASA and funded by the FAA, provides a confidential means for the reporting of safety violations in a voluntary and non-punitive manner. Over 47 years, the ASRS has collected nearly 2 million reports. ASRS is the perfect tool to collect UAP data, which could then be collated by NASA and shared with the public at large. Leveraging ASRS could create a treasure trove of UAP data, potentially hundreds of thousands of reports, supporting this hearing's goal of exposing the truth. And I'm grateful to our two co-chairs and other members who have already incorporated this idea into proposed legislation. At this hearing, and as others have demonstrated, the UAP issue is justifiably dominated by national security and defense. However, I would urge the subcommittees to keep in mind the numerous ways that NASA and the FAA, as well as commercial activities in the air, in space, and in the water, can generate a massive amount of invaluable data on anomalous phenomena. I cannot help but be excited by the potential for such an endeavor, since scientific discovery is driven by anomalies. It's the existence and study of anomalies that led to the theory of relativity, quantum mechanics, and nearly all of humanity's scientific breakthroughs. This is why the study of UAPs should be embraced, since whatever is occurring, the chance to garner new knowledge should never be ignored. We must be thorough in collecting information, fearless in making conclusions,
and open to following the data, no matter how mundane or extraordinary the results may be. I began this testimony by praising the Joint Subcommittee members for their courage, and I will end by echoing that sentiment. As the saying goes, the truth is out there. We just need to be bold enough and brave enough to face it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. I have a lot of questions, and I have a lot of witnesses. So I would just ask if it's yes or no to please just tell me yes or no. If it requires more than that, be very succinct, because I would like to go down the line and ask as many questions as possible.
Good
So
luck, lady.
For the Admiral this morning
Good
first.
luck.
Former DoD official Chris Mellon reached out to you about satellite imagery from 2017 that depicts a UAP. What were the dates in 2017 when this occurred?
I can't share with you the details, ma'am, but I can do it
Great.
in a closed setting, and I can also tell you the agency that wrote a report on it.
Okay, so who has the imagery?
I can tell you that in a closed setting.
Can you describe what was depicted in the satellite imagery? Just a description.
It was a UAP, ma'am.
That's it? No other description?
The term that the analysts used, they called it the button. It was a disc-shaped object.
Okay, where was it?
I can't tell you that, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Elizondo, you stated in your testimony that, quote, advanced technologies not by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe, end quote. If these technologies are not made by any government, who's making them? Private companies, or are you implying they are crafted by a non-human intelligence?
Well, ma'am, that's precisely why we're here. The problem is that, temporally speaking, over decades, not just the last 10 years, to put this in perspective, when
Are these private companies you're implying, or is this non-human intelligence?
It may be both.
Okay.
When it comes to Blue Force Technologies, I would not be able to discuss that,
Okay.
ma'am,
Are you read into secret UAP crash retrieval programs?
we would have to have a conversation in a closed session. ma'am.
No.
I signed documentation 3
Where's
years
the
ago
no?
that restricts my ability to discuss specifically crash retrievals. I submitted for my book through the DOPSR process, which took a year.
Through my
So
book.
full of shit.
And what is in the book is what I was told I'm allowed to talk about.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs, yes or no?
Yes,
Okay, were they designed to identify
That's-
and reverse engineer alien
That's not
craft,
specific
yes or no?
enough.
yes.
Does the U.S. government have any reverse, okay, we already answered that question about retrieval programs. Do any U.S. contractors have the same?
I would prefer to address that in a closed session, ma'am.
Okay. In your book, you mentioned government employees who've been injured by UAPs, placed on leave, and receiving government compensation for their injuries. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How can the government deny
We
we
all know
have
who that one
recovered
person is,
craft
too.
if they're paying
One.
people because they've been injured by recovered craft?
Ma'am, that's a great question. That's why I think we're here again, because I've seen the documentation
And it wasn't
by the U.S.
recovered.
government for several of these individuals who have sustained injuries as a result of a UAP incident.
It's a crazy idea, right? The hypocrisy and the logic. Okay, Mr. Schellenberger, I'm going to say it again to be very clear. Immaculate Constellation. What's its mission and how are they funded?
Its mission is to, as I stated, its mission is to, it's an unacknowledged special access program. Its mission is to document UAPs.
Okay, and do you, for your story, you
Who
report
funds
you have
it?
more than one
Wait,
credible
who
source?
funds it?
I do.
The second part of the question.
And then why do you believe your sources to be credible? How do you judge the veracity of the documentation you've been provided about this program?
I checked the sources, and they are who they say they are. They are current or former government officials. I wanted to also add that I did not specify that they were Defense Department employees. I didn't specify the agency nor the gender.
Would they have included non-government employees, people that aren't employed by the government?
These are, I'm comfortable saying that these are government or previously government employees.
Any of them currently employed by a private contractor or private contractors?
I'd rather not say.
Okay.
Why?
What's the
Why?
key takeaway? Just a few seconds
Why?
about the Immaculate Constellation.
I'd rather not
document
be
you provided
specific.
us today.
Thank you very much.
I think that what the American people need to know is that the U.S. military and intelligence
Tell
community
us.
are sitting on a huge amount of visual and other information, still photos, video photos, other sensor information, and they have for a very long time. And it's not those fuzzy photos and videos
Yes,
that we've been
they
given.
are
It's very
fuzzy
clear,
photos and
High
videos.
res.
high resolution.
How many visuals, graphics, videos, photos?
I mean, I've been told hundreds.
You've
maybe
been told.
thousands. I mean, I also
Haven't
wanted to
seen
say
any of
because
them.
There was some conversation
Keywords.
around concern around the revealing of these materials, revealing the source collections,
fucking
but some of these
believable.
are shot from helicopters using normal videos of oceans. I just think that's absurd that somehow you're going to be revealing some secret U.S. technology by revealing that you've photographed orbs off the coast of Kuwait.
Okay, thank you. I have 8 seconds. Mr. Gold, did the NASA independent study team get briefed on what you call OSAP? Very quickly.
I flagged the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Application Program to our chair and our DFO. We did not get briefed, but I believe it is definitely worth looking into. That was probably the largest UAP review effort ever.
Please
And I
look
think
into the
there's a lot of
werewolves
interesting data,
smoking
including
cigarettes.
revealing Nimitz. I don't know if my fellow witness.
Please look into OSAP.
Might want to comment.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn to Mr. Moskowitz, who will be recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam
Look how
Chairwoman.
empty it is.
So, Mr. Gold, you gave a whole diatribe for a couple of minutes about UAPs, science, data collection, stigma. A lot of non-believers in all of this would just ask a very simple question. Why? Why is it so hard? Right? Like, why are people, anytime they ask, why are they always thwarted? Why are they always judged? Why is they always have misinformation spread? Why is there always retribution? Why is it always met with an ear? What's the why? If it doesn't exist, why is it such a problem?
I think if you go through the history of science, Representative, it is always difficult for breakthroughs and new information, regardless of whether it's UAP or any other kind of discovery. And in science, we're supposed to be open, but when you break with the orthodoxy of what's believed, whether it's Galileo saying that the Earth doesn't rotate or the Earth rotates around the sun or the sun doesn't rotate around the Earth, it's always challenging for new beliefs. And the more extraordinary those discoveries, the more extraordinary those new beliefs, it's very difficult. So I think this is natural. There's natural conservatism that when it comes to science, but this issue in particular has been very difficult where, again, even to attempt to study it becomes problematic. But every hearing like this, every news report, every video, documentaries, I was privileged to be a part of something Dan Fair is putting together. I think many of us have interviewed for it, documentary over 30 different government officials. Every brick in the wall will help get us closer to getting to the truth.
I appreciate that. Mr. Elizondo, did I have that correct?
Sir.
I'm a recovering lawyer, so I'm going to put
Do
my
I
hat
have
on
that
for a
correct?
second. You said you signed a document. Love that. Who gave that to you?
The U.S. government, sir.
Okay, you have a copy of it?
It is stored in a SCIF right now. I do not have possession of it. The U.S. government does.
What department of the U.S. government gave you this document?
I will say the Department of Defense. Unfortunately, I can't say in this forum much more than that.
You specifically said the document said you can't talk about crash retrieval. Well, you know, you can't talk about Fight Club if there's no Fight Club.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just making an observation.
Yes, sir.
So that document that you signed, that you said exists, specifically said you can't talk about crash retrieval.
Correct, sir. It was a limitation on what.
But here you are talking
already
about
had
crash
been
retrieval.
Speaking publicly about the topic, and so the document said you can continue saying X, Y, Z, but you cannot discuss the topic.
When you
of crash
give
retrievals.
me the atmosphere of signing this document. You're in a room by yourself,
I'm in a SCIF with a security officer, sir.
just one-on-one. Anybody else?
There may have been an assistant as well. It was in a SCIF. within
There
a
may have
Department
been.
of Defense facility.
You
me
don't
your background.
fucking remember?
My background
Yeah, he
is
doesn't remember when he
I went
signed
to
this
school to
NDA.
study microbiology and immunology, entered into the U.S. Army, and after a very short stint in military intelligence, I became a counterintelligence special agent. As a civilian, later on I became a special agent in charge, running investigations in counterterrorism and counterespionage primarily, with some experience in counterinsurgency and counternarcotics. And then in 2009 timeframe, when I came back to the Pentagon after a tour with the Director of National Intelligence, I quickly became part of a program that was originally called OSAP that evolved into the program now called ATIP, which is where those videos that we now see, the Go Fast, the Gimbal, the FLIR, that was part of our effort, sir.
Right. So you're not some conspiracy theorist. You actually have a legitimate background.
Well, sir, I'm certainly not a conspiracy theorist. I'm fact-based, just a fact.
So when you're in this room, I want to paint the picture of everybody. You're in this room, you're by yourself,
is
you're in a
great.
skiff, you're handed a document. How long is the document?
It's about a page front and back. So basically, you have some things they call trigraphs, which I cannot, again, talk to.
How long were you given to sign the document?
As long as I needed, sir.
And what if you didn't sign it?
Well, I suspect there'd be repercussions. I wouldn't have access to certain information.
Were you allowed to ask a lawyer, or weren't allowed to ask for a lawyer to review the document?
It wasn't an option, but they probably wouldn't have allowed me to, because the document itself is pretty explicit about you have to be. Wait, you're putting me in an interest. Let me try to thread the needle here.
Okay, thread the needle.
There are certain documents that we have in the U.S.
Waste some
government
time.
that allow people to have access to certain programs. Whether it's a special, and I'm going to be very generic here, whether it's a special access program or a controlled access program, SAP, CAP, whatnot.
How many people have to sign that document?
It depends how many people are going to get access to the information, sir.
Okay. Last question. Doctor, real quick, can you tell us about the Omaha incident in greater detail? I've read your background, right? Some people would label you as a member of the deep state, since you worked in government for a long period of time. But can you tell us more about that incident? You've written a lot about that.
I wrote a lot about incidents like it, Congressman, but that specific incident involved the USS Omaha, the littoral combat ship of the U.S. Navy operating off Southern California.
Tell us a story. Story
remember
time.
The exact date. It was within the last decade.
Story time. Everybody get your fucking blankets and pillows.
Was a UAP, again, something that was aloft but had no observable exhaust or control surfaces.
Oh,
so
like a balloon?
Something that couldn't be explained. And then they saw it enter the water from the atmosphere and going through the air-sea interface, and so thus exhibiting trans-medium travel.
Oh, like a missile?
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Grothman for 5 minutes of questioning.
Yeah, we'll start with Mr. Gallaudet. During a previous UAP hearing, Navy Commander David Fravor discussed the TikTok object engaged in 2004. Are you familiar with the incident, the TikTok incident?
Yes, sir.
That's almost 20 years ago, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been said there are more videos, documents, and reports related to this incident. Do you believe the information regarding the TikTok incident should be available to all members of Congress? And in your expertise,
they've already said all of the data for those has been put out.
Not releasing information that's over 20 years old.
Thank you, Congressman. I don't think there's any good reason to withhold information and important data, especially of national security concern, from Congress.
What would they say?
I will speculate, sir, that they don't want to share that kind of information because it reveals weaknesses in our ability to monitor and protect our airspace.
Okay. In your written testimony, you claim last year's UAP hearing before this Oversight Committee confirmed that UAP-related information is, well, it's not only being withheld, but that elements of the government are engaging in a disinformation campaign to include personal attacks designed to discredit UAP whistleblowers. Could you elaborate on that statement a little?
Yes, sir. Earlier this year, I met with the DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and what I thought would be a 90-minute meeting just to meet with leadership turned out to be an hours-long influence operation on me, where they attempted to convince me of the validity of the very flawed and error-ridden historical records report. In addition, they tried to have me question very valid UAP reports like the Tic Tac incident, and even coming to stating possibly that the Tic Tac was American technology. And then, of course, if you ask David Fravor or Alex Dietrich, the two witnesses, they were convinced it was otherwise. And then, and they also
why don't we ask Alex Dietrich's husband, who was
various UAP
on
whistleblowers
ATIP at the
and
time,
witnesses to question their validity and credibility as witnesses.
Okay. We'll go to Mr. Elizondo.
Elizondo.
You're familiar with the recent drone incursion over Langley Air Force Base?
Yes, sir.
The owners of these drones remain unclear. The U.S. military has not been able to give us in Congress an answer. Given your experience with the Department of Defense and the intelligence community, how frequently are UAP sightings over military installations? And secondly, I suppose hypothetically you could have incursions over just, say, regular airports. Is it obvious these incursions are more likely over military facilities than just a random airport out there?
Yes, sir. There's definitely enough data to suggest that there is certainly some sort of relationship between sensitive U.S. military installations, also some of our nuclear equities, and also some of our Department of Energy sites. There is a long historical record that some of your colleagues may have, documentation that demonstrates this. This is not a new trend. This has been going on for decades, and that information has been obfuscated, unfortunately, from folks like you in this committee. And I think that's problematic because ultimately, at the end of the day, we have a significant situation here. We have something that can enter into U.S. airspace completely with no attribution.
And how long has this been going on?
Sir, decades. And there's information that will hopefully be entered into the record.
Can you think of any possible reason why they can't release any information they have on something, say, 15 or 20 years old?
Sir, if I could echo my colleague here, Admiral Gallaudet, I think one of the big issues that we have in the intelligence community, Department of Defense, is we don't want to broadcast any potential vulnerabilities or weaknesses in our national defense systems or on intelligence collection platforms. Therefore, when you have a conversation where you address a problem for which there is no solution, it makes that a very uncomfortable conversation to have.
Okay, we'll switch to Mr. Schellenberger. The primary reason you're here today is because you published an article on the news publication that you own called Public, right? Alleging that a new unnamed government whistleblower has come forward asserting that a highly classified program exists dedicated to recovery and reverse engineering of UAP technologies. Can you give us what specific evidence you have?
Yep.
Or that your source
Specific
provided
evidence.
you
Yeah.
to substantiate the claims about the existence of the Immaculate Constellation program?
Well, you have the report in front of you now, so you can see it for yourself.
Yeah, you gave it to him right before this started.
I checked the report, and I did not find it based on existing cases. It was new cases for me. I couldn't, at least I hadn't found anybody. So that answered for me that it was not obviously circular reporting, which is one of the big concerns in this space. I also had the name of the program confirmed by more than one additional source. So yeah, and then of course I checked to make sure that the source was who they claimed to be.
Okay.
So
I
you
should
saw
also
no
say that
evidence.
when I said before it was this database, it is a much broader program than that. It also includes human
So you saw nothing.
intelligence, and then as
You
you
saw
mentioned,
nothing.
the retrieval and the reversal.
Any knowledge
provided
of what
nothing.
country these things originated in?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, I will now recognize Mr. Burchett for 5 minutes of questions.
Oh,
Thanks,
boy.
Chair Lady.
Here we
request
go.
unanimous consent to enter into the record documents
boy.
provided to us regarding legacy UAP programs and psychological operations. Lou Elizondo.
So ordered.
I also wanted to thank my buddy Jeremy Corbell for providing us documents and access to
Here
some
we go.
whistleblowers.
Buddy Jeremy
Mr.
Corbell.
Elizondo, what is your last position with the federal government?
Sir, I was the Director of National Program Special Management Staff managing a White House Special Access Program on behalf of the National Security Council.
How would you characterize UAPs?
An enigma, sir, and a frustration. We're talking about technologies that can outperform anything we have in our inventory. And if this was an adversarial technology, this would be an intelligence failure eclipsing that of 9/11 by an order of magnitude.
Are there
By an order of
classified
what
Department
magnitude?
of Defense materials related to UAPs that you believe could be safely disclosed to the public without compromising national security?
Yes, sir, I do. I would never, ever try to endorse providing some sort of information that could compromise what we call a blue force technology or capability. But I do believe there's a lot of information regarding this topic, and I've been very vocal about it, that should be shared not only with the public, but most importantly, with members of Congress.
Are you familiar with my friend David Grush?
Absolutely, sir. I had the
another
privilege
friend.
and honor of working with him myself several years ago at U.S. Space Force.
Last year, as you know, he testified that the U.S. has run a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Are there UAP programs operating without proper congressional oversight?
100%.
What are they?
Unfortunately, sir, I would have to have that conversation in a closed session.
I know you said that, and a lot of people are frustrated with those kind of answers, but we're asking those kind of questions so you all know what the heck we're up against. You also mentioned in your opening statement that the Pentagon's Public Affairs Office employs a psychological operations officer as the singular point of contact for UAP-related inquiries. Why the heck would they do that?
Sir, that's a great question. I would ask the Pentagon. There's a long history here of that individual providing misleading and false information to the public through various news outlets and media outlets in order to discredit this topic. I've personally been victim to it. We have the documentation to substantiate where this information has been absolutely inaccurate, that has been provided time and time again, and it turns out that that individual was also working with former leadership of Arrow at the time as well.
And we punish them by giving them multi-million dollars more than they ask for every year. Admiral Gallaudet, you mentioned in your opening statement on an email you received from the operations officer of the Fleet Forces Command regarding unknown objects almost colliding with U.S. military planes. Did anyone respond with knowledge of what the objects were?
I received no response, sir.
Did the exercise get canceled?
The exercise did not get canceled.
Why do you think the commander of Fleet Forces operations officer never discussed the incident again?
Sir, I'm speculating because I didn't have an exchange with him, but I believed it to be part of a special access program, the information and the video. Which
Great question,
now
Jim.
It was. And,
Great question.
He realized he couldn't share that openly with the recipients of the email, and therefore the email was pulled from everybody's account.
Again, tell us what happened to the email from the commander of Fleet Forces.
The day after I received it, and all the other recipients received it, which were all the subordinate commanders of U.S. Fleet Forces, so 1- and 2-star admirals, including strike group commanders, the email was wiped or deleted from our accounts, and then no one talked about it.
All right. Have you specifically had any experience with submersible objects?
Sir, I've no personal experience, but I've had
personal experiences.
Submarines come to me and say
I've had dudes tell me, bro. Trust me, bro.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
How would you characterize those, and how do they move?
The one instance that was revealed to me was in the 80s on a nuclear-powered submarine, a ballistic missile submarine, that the object exhibited the
this is a Navy
of a Russian torpedo
weatherman
in terms of its speed of movement and closing rate with the submarine, and then it slowed and followed the submarine slowly in its wake for a period of minutes, and then rapidly exited the scene. And nothing that we know of and technology-wise could replicate that.
And the speed of these objects was faster than anything that we have or anybody else has that would be manned. Is that correct?
It was on the order
Underwater.
of a torpedo. So
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. But as it exited, it
well, I don't exactly know how fast a torpedo is, but I expect it does better than my old outboard Scott Atwater. So I'll take.
Yeah, it sure does, there, Senator Coggins.
Have you experienced any experience with the all-domain?
What are you cleaning a largemouth bass underneath that nameplate there,
yes,
sir?
Congressman, as I mentioned previously,
fucking assholes.
I met with them.
Okay, you heard Mr. Elizondo describe psychological operations for those contacting the Department of Defense about UAPs. You mentioned a similar influence operation by Arrow. Why are federal agencies invested in running information operations about UAPs if they do not exist?
Yes, sir. But I'll make a statement on Arrow's behalf. They have new leadership. The office has reached out to me to meet again, and I take that as a good.
He didn't answer that question at all.
Thank you, Chair Lady. I've run over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tennessee. I would now like to recognize Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Tennessee.
You're the king of Tennessee. Mr. Higgins, you're recognized for 5 minutes of questions.
My God.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, Mr. Schellenberger notes in the report that we've been given for this hearing. I believe, Mr. Schellenberger, let me shift you, are the author of this report.
Someone get this guy a bump.
I'm sorry,
I know, right?
The author.
Mr. Schellenberger, are you the author of this report? There's
No, I
no
was
name
not.
on it.
No.
Do you know
Clay
the author?
Higgins.
I do.
You do. And how would you estimate that madam or gentleman, the author?
The person is a current or former U.S. government employee.
And it states here that this is the public version of the author's report.
Yes.
So where might one find the non-public version of the author's report?
I don't know the answer to that.
Would that be with the Department of Defense?
I don't know.
Great. Why are you here?
But you do know the author.
I do.
You know what the author's sources were?
The author's sources are described in the report. These databases, the Immaculate Constellation.
Right, but you expressed some confidence in the sources.
I would.
Earlier in testimony you express confidence. So do you know those sources?
I do.
Are they within the Department of Defense?
I can't say.
You can't say
Why?
or you won't say?
I won't say.
Okay, why not?
Because I protect my sources, and I think the reason.
But you're not naming them. It's a
Right.
big department.
Right.
Many of us on my
Thank
side
you,
of the aisle
Higgins.
would say
Finally.
it's far too big. So
Yeah. Where?
you're talking about the Department of Defense, sources from within the Department of Defense?
I'm not willing to reduce the
Okay.
potential universe of where my sources might be.
Okay, moving on. In this
What an
report,
asshole.
Mr. Elizondo, for reference, several types of allegedly alien craft or possibly alien craft or unknown aerial phenomena, what we used to call UFOs, are described. Spheres and orbs, discs and saucers, oval or tic-tac, triangular shape, boomerang and arrowhead, and irregular or organic. Mr. Elizondo, does that summarize to you the types of craft that we're discussing today?
Sir, that is a general morphology, historically speaking, of many UAP.
So those descriptions are very different craft. Is it your assessment that they would come of different origins?
It's possible, but it's also could be in sense a matter of utility. And let me just state for the record, I never read the report that or the article that Mr. Schellenberger put out. The reason
That's a good point. We're just referencing it.
Yes, sir.
For descriptive purposes for the American people. Mr. Schellenberger, in this report, it's striking to me that regarding the descriptions of experiences with these various craft, several of them include biological effects and several do not. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so spheres and orbs, triangular craft, and irregular or organic craft include some descriptions of biological effects, including feelings of unease, electronic device malfunctions, long-term psychological effects such as anxiety or insomnia have been noted, feeling of being watched, a shared awareness with the triangle craft, and under the irregular and organic craft, biological effects include physical sensations of warmth or cold and unexplained smells. And
what's the question, man?
Stress. So these are very specific descriptions of the reactions of human beings, which allegedly have been noted from
chandelier people
from a study here, a report. All of those experiences would have been described by the sources that the author used.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
This is a very broad description of biological effects, and it's striking to me that they are present with relation to some types of craft, but absent in others. This would require a great deal of research and study. Can you explain that?
My understanding is that this is the database is very large. It includes both the images, the videos, the still images.
I'm not sure
as well
what
as
the question is there.
The reports,
he
the
should
raw
have
data
stuck with just
from individuals having these
who, where,
experiences.
when,
in answer to your
why,
question,
how.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at a very large amount of data collected over many decades.
And that data is held by the Department of Defense?
Well, I will say that after I published, I was told that this program, that the USAP was actually managed by the Department of Defense but held at the White House.
Roger
but
that.
that's a single source, and I don't have multiple sources to verify that.
Thank you, sir. I did my best to trick an answer out of you, but I was partially successful. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Frost for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to serving on this
shocker.
committee, the Oversight Committee, I also serve on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, where we often discuss how essential data and evidence are used in science and used at
just for the record, not one of these lawmakers
during a hearing
sits
NASA
on a
Administrator
committee
Nelson
that would have
affirmed the
access to this
importance
classified
of NASA in
information.
helping us to
Not
understand
one.
UAP. Mr. Gold, if the government doesn't have the data it needs on UAP because, say, someone who saw something is concerned about stigma, public backlash, et cetera, or maybe there's just not good systems in place, how are we supposed to ultimately figure out what's going on?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And let me compliment Administrator Nelson that there wouldn't have been a UAP independent study team if it wasn't for his leadership and courage. We're talking about data and where we can get data from. As I described, NASA has whole archives.
Why don't you ask Mr. Gold what's the best piece of data that he's seen? What's the best piece of data that Mr. Gold has seen?
We need only look.
Somebody
and
ask
again,
him.
In an era with AI
Anybody.
and ML, we can relatively quickly and easily go through it. So I think it's something that we should encourage NASA to do. However, per Chairman Grothman's comment about UAP focusing on national security sites, I believe there's something, sir, that you may have heard of called sensor bias. That because we've got more cameras, more monitoring of national security, we don't know how extensive UAP activity may be over civilian areas. And this is to the second part of your question where we're not collecting the data. We're not collecting sufficient data from pilots. We're not collecting sufficient data from civilian and commercial activities. And this is, again, where ASRS, I think, could substantially change that, get the data out there, and allow us to do good science.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, on the data, you know, I'm a really big proponent of transparency. But obviously, there's always a little bit of balance that we have to have in government on transparency as well. I mean, last year, NASA appointed a director of UAP research in response to the recommendation by the independent study team. In the final report, there's a quote, "Despite numerous accounts and visuals, the absence of consistent, detailed, and curated observations means we do not presently have the body of data needed to make definite and scientific conclusions about UAP." Can you just talk really quickly about that balance of security and transparency?
So I can say, having served at NASA, it is the most transparent organization I've ever been in. When we would have conversations of executive leadership, things would leak out almost instantly. So I can assure you, intentionally or not, NASA's very transparent. I don't know if many of you have worked with engineers or scientists. They love to talk. So I believe that NASA is a paradigm of transparency, but we must have the ability and the data to be able to be transparent with. And if we're not gathering that, if we're not looking at it, then we can't bring NASA into the game and get to that good science that you need.
You know, it was about a year ago, I was touring a facility with a pretty senior government official. We went by a certain hangar and they said, yeah, that's, you know, a company leases that out. We don't really know what's going on in there. We have no way of knowing what's going on in there. And there was a few of those, in fact, while we were driving around this facility. To what extent do you think that some of the UAP out there comes from off the books or unauthorized experimental aircraft?
I mean, I think probably the vast majority of UAP are drones, experimental aircraft, weather conditions, which is, again, why I say if we review the data, I think we're going to discover a lot about things we weren't even thinking about. But there is a percentage that isn't. And looking into those anomalies is how discoveries will be made. And relative to science, Congressman, if I can say, when NASA studies black holes, when NASA studies galaxies, we have instruments that are tailored to do so. With UAP, we're using cockpit gun cameras or cell phones. We could never do good science with that. And let me tell you, the NASA budget is under pressure. We need to make sure that the Artemis program is funded fully. We need to beat China to the moon and maintain our presence in low Earth orbit. So NASA would need more money to do this, but I think tailored instruments that would look at UAP in the same way that we have tailored instruments to look at astronomical data is important to gathering valuable and uniform information. If we were studying black holes by using fighter cockpit cameras, we probably wouldn't know that much about black holes.
100%. Well, I think it's important that federal leaders take the necessary steps to ensure that UAP does not pose threats to the American public as well, and that we have the necessary budgets to collect this data so we can actually see what's going on. And I'm fully supportive of funding the Artemis mission. I think it's very important. Also, a personal note, the pilot is a frat brother of mine. He is a member of the Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, and so I would love to see my fraternity make it to the moon.
But Redwire is building the cameras for Artemis, so we will take some pictures of your frat brother and get them.
There we go. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. I will now recognize Ms. Luna for 5 minutes of questioning.
Mr. Elizondo,
Here we
to your
go.
knowledge, can you name the country and around time frame that the first back-engineered UAP program started?
Ma'am, unfortunately, I would not be able to have that conversation in public.
Can anyone on the panel name that?
I cannot.
No.
None of you?
No. No surprise there.
This next question is for Mr. Gallaudet. To your knowledge, have any USOs ever outpaced our submarines?
Yes, ma'am.
At
To your
what
knowledge?
magnitude?
I don't have the exact speed, but again, a witness came to me, a credible former submarine officer.
Somebody told me, bro.
Observed it on sonar
Somebody
data.
told me.
And this was in the 80s in the North Atlantic during a storm, and it outpaced his submarine by orders of magnitude.
Are you aware of any hotspots that currently exist off our shores in North America?
Not with sufficiently credible data, ma'am.
Okay, we've heard reports of there potentially being hotspots, maybe entry and exit points. Have you heard of any of that?
I have not, ma'am, but my colleague here, Mr. Elizondo, does discuss some USO activity that he's observed in certain DoD databases.
Mr. Elizondo, in regards to these aircraft being piloted by whatever they might be, non-human biologics, would you agree that it's likely that they are being piloted by some mind-body connection?
Ma'am, I think it is safe to
Mind-body
presume
connection.
here that they are being intelligently controlled because some cases seem to anticipate our maneuvers, and in other cases they seem to, I came across an email where the word stalked was used in a very secure email between Navy officers discussing their ships being pursued by a UAP.
In our previous panel, we had Grush, and he had testified to say that some of these were interdimensional beings. Can you speak on that at all?
Ma'am, I'm not qualified, certainly as a scientist or otherwise, to speculate points of origin. I looked at everything from a scientific perspective. So if you look at, for example, instantaneous acceleration, which was one of the observables of the program that I belong to, ATIP, the human body can withstand about 9 G-forces for a short period of time before you suffer negative biological consequences, blackouts and ultimately redouts and even death. Comparison, our best technology, the F-16, which is it's an older platform, but one of our most highly maneuverable aircraft, manned aircraft, made by General Dynamics, can perform about 17 or 18 G-forces before you start having structural failure, meaning that the airframe begins to disintegrate while you're flying. The vehicles we're talking about are performing in excess of 1,000,
Like drones?
3,000 Gs.
Like drones? Like missiles?
I guess would it be safe to infer that they're living craft?
I'm not prepared at this point to state for the record is something alive or not, because even that definition.
This fucking
there was a time in
woman
science
is so
we thought
fucking
that,
stupid.
Life required
one of the
oxygen.
dumbest
We know
members
that's
of
not true. There are
Congress.
anaerobic bacteria that thrive in oxygen environments that lack oxygen.
Are the craft alive?
And also same with photosynthesis. When
Are
I was
they
in college, I was told
like
everything is
us?
derived from photosynthesis as a form of energy. In reality, that's not true. There are things that live off of chemosynthesis. So we're constantly having to reevaluate our understanding of what the definition of life is.
Do any of you ever come across reports from people that claim to have firsthand experiences with these entities, whatever they might be, or these aircraft, and then as a result, whether or not they're religious, find that these things will automatically disappear?
What?
Anyone, and this is open to any of you on the panel. So just real quick, because I'm running out of time. Lou?
Ma'am, I've always been a nuts and bolts kind of guy. When I was at ATIP, I was focusing more on the performance characteristics and less on the
It's a UFO podcasting Congress.
It seems like, just based on our conversations, that we've had people that say that there are good and bad of whatever these things are. And so my concern from a national security perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing the reports of that? And C, I think moving forward in regards to technology, Mr. Gold, if you can answer this real quickly, some of these aircraft, it seems that they are operating off of energy that we don't currently have. But just yes or no, in your opinion, if we were able to obtain that, would that impact humanity for the better or negative?
Would certainly save us some money on funding on Artemis.
Definitely.
And this is a national security issue, that if there is such technology out there, we're not the only country that might have access to it. We don't want to be on the wrong end of technological surprise.
Okay. Thank you guys for your time.
All right, thank you.
Fucking
I will now
the
recognize
dumbest
Mr. Garcia for 5
questions.
minutes.
Thank you, and I apologize for stepping out. My
So
governor is here upstairs.
stupid.
So I'm trying to get in between meetings, so apologize for that.
Yeah, no problem.
I want to just start
Welcome
by
back,
just asking
Garcia.
everyone on the panel or witnesses, and I had a chance to read all the
Fucking
testimony
schmucks.
before, but just to set the agenda, just if we can go down real briefly, do you believe, just for the record, that the federal government, any part of the federal government, is knowingly concealing evidence about UAPs from the public?
Say alien tech.
Yes, sir.
That's not specific.
100%.
Yes.
That could be anything. I could say yes
I also
to
want to go
that.
down the line. I know many of you have already said this, but just for the record
Fucking
again, just
representatives
briefly,
are so dumb.
What do you believe
Yes, they are.
UAPs could be or are?
Strong evidence that they are non-human, higher intelligence.
I echo my colleague's comment, sir.
I echo my colleagues.
Genuinely do not know.
Don't know, but we must find out.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
So two
those
guys
answers,
thinks it's aliens.
gentlemen.
Two
I
guys are
think
like,
this is obviously
we don't
another
know.
remarkable hearing with just really important information, so I thank all of you for answering the questions. Admiral, I just want to go back to one thing. Now, last year, our subcommittee heard from 2 retired Navy pilots, Lieutenant Ryan Graves and Commander David Fravor, regarding UAPs. Actually, I think Ryan is here in the audience.
Yeah,
and
the guy
been
who
a
hasn't
great,
seen anything.
person to get to know and to have conversations with. He, of course,
He's the guy who's
has
been lobbying
involved
me
the
in my
Safe
office for the last
Airspace
2
for Americans
years.
Act, with Chairman Graves, with Chairwoman Mace for UAP reporting by civilian aviation personnel. Can you discuss briefly why it's important for civilian pilots to be able to report UAPs and why these legal protections are critical for our national security?
Yes,
Who's
Congressman, thank
stopping
you. And
civilians?
I did invite Ryan Graves as my guest, as I'm on his advisory board for the Americans for Safe Aerospace, and the legislation that you supported and introduced, I fully support as well. And I think it's important that more civilian pilots, commercial pilots, report so we can better understand and learn and do research on UAP, as well as remove the stigma so more citizens report on what they observe. And also, it'll only contribute to aviation safety when we have a better understanding of where these UAP are, how they operate, and at what frequency and what capability level. So it's important for aviation safety, and it'll be important for moving science and research forward.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to reiterate to my colleagues, I mean, this is a very bipartisan piece of legislation, and we just got to continue to get this through the Congress, and it's incredibly important that civilian pilots have the opportunity to safely report the UAPs that they are seeing or encountering in the air. And I can't express how critical this piece of what I believe is a larger collection of evidence and facts actually happen. We've been approached by pilots. I've talked to folks that have been engaged with our office and others, and there is still enormous stigma. And essentially, we don't have a system where folks are feeling free to be able to report what they're seeing. And so I just want to reiterate that advocacy. Mr. Gold, in your testimony, you discussed NASA's Aviation Safety Reporting System, a confidential, non-punitive reporting mechanism. In the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, we explicitly allow for civilian reporting, of course, of UAPs.
He's just
Can you
like
explain why the NASA
fluffing
task
up his
force
own
recommended
legislation
the
that
use of the
nobody's
Aviation
voting
Safety
for?
Reporting system?
God damn, dude.
The aviation safety reporting system is an existing system that is trusted, that has taken hundreds of thousands, now millions of cases. And again, recognizing budgetary constraints, this seemed like the perfect way to be able to gain more data. And when it comes to the stigma, sir, it's something that pilots are used to reporting on, that crew is used to reporting on. So it's a great way to get data, to overcome the stigma without spending really that much more additional money since the system exists. Thank you so much for your support of that. Thank you for what Ryan Graves does. This is a common sense means to expose the truth of UAP for the purpose of this hearing.
Thank you. And I just want to also add, now earlier this year, as part of the House Defense Authorization Bill, the NDAA, I had filed an amendment to include the UAP Disclosure Act, which would create a UAP Records Review Board and exercise eminent domain over UAP-related material modeled actually on the
a freshman congressman that doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Widely known. Now, the amendment was blocked.
Or what he's talking
thankfully,
about.
the Senate included the amendment by Senator Rounds and Schumer for the UAP Disclosure Act. So I just again want to say that we should be pushing and ensuring the UAP Disclosure Act, which is bipartisan in its support, should move forward. And if I can just briefly, particularly Admiral, can you just briefly, as I close my time, explain why the UAP Disclosure Act would be critical
for us and our national security.
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, I believe the UAP Disclosure Act is important for national security, as well as advancing potential socioeconomic benefits resulting from UAP research, as well as public safety, as we refer to.
Yeah, and just give us a few $billion so we can look into it for you.
Transparency and open research, and that's why I'm also a member of the UAP Disclosure Fund as an advisor, in the Soul Foundation as an advisor, senior strategic advisor, which is advocating for the same.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
All right, thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this committee. Thank you to the witnesses. Admiral, the video that is called the Go Fast video, the email that you've talked about being deleted, I just want to briefly cover this. You said that the email, the author was asking whether any of the recipients were aware of the classified technology demonstrations that it could explain the objects that were observed. And then you said the email disappears. Then you guys have a series of meetings. The commander of fleet forces and his operations officer never discussed the incident again. Is that right? Is that accurate?
That's accurate, sir.
And even during weekly meetings, it was never discussed again. My question for you is, you were in those meetings. Did you personally hear that nothing was going on about that?
Yes, sir. I was in those meetings, and
did you make inquiries about that?
No, I did not, sir, because I inferred, since I had been read into other special access programs, that this UAP video was part of one that I was not read into, or any of the recipients, or the author of the email, and that an intelligence agency basically pulled it back and instructed the author of the email, hey, this is, you just conducted what they call spillage into a lower classification level, and when that's done, the procedures are basically to remove any of the communication.
You're going to silo it. So, and you, Mr. Elizondo, you said in your report and your testimony today, a government work on the UAP subject still remains classified. Excessive secrecies led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. Fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And all of you, and Mr. Schellenberger, by the way, I've read several of your books, Mr. Schellenberger, excellent stuff.
Thank you.
What I would say, too, is you were asked about the veracity of the author of this report. You're comfortable with the veracity?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and I'll get to you in a second, Mr. Gold. We'll talk about Kuhnian and Lakatoshian scientific advancement and how we're obviating that through these processes. But we'll get to that in a sec. Because what I want to really get to is the ultimate question really becomes this. For what purpose is the federal government overclassifying, because that's what they're doing, they're overclassifying, and forbidding the public for getting access to this? And if you know, if you have an explanation, I'm curious, because I know what I've been told. I just want to know from your perspective, why do they overclassify? Mr. Elizondo, you look like you're finger on the button, ready to go.
Yes, sir. Forgive me. I think there's several reasons. I think at the time when this reality became evident to the U.S. government, we were in the middle of the Cold War with then Soviet Union, and we did not want to tip our hands to what our knowledge base was on this topic. We did not want to broadcast that to
the Cold War's long over.
It is, sir. It is, sir.
Yep.
There's also then the philosophical argument that the Department of Defense and the intelligence community is solution-oriented. And when you don't have answers, it's a really tough spot to be in.
It's easier to be quiet and suppressed than if you don't have the answer.
Indeed, sir. In fact, there's a very real example when we built the U-2 spy plane and flew it over then Russia, and we're taking reconnaissance. And when we first started flying the aircraft, it flew so high and so fast we thought they weren't tracking us. In reality, they were tracking every flight. It wasn't until the Russians could develop the SA-2 surface-to-air missile and successfully shoot them down.
I would suggest to you also, along with Lakatos and Kuhn, you also have a problem with Kenneth Arrow's path dependence or increasing returns. That's one reason why they won't disclose it. It's too painful to admit. But I just want to read a couple things from Mr. Schellenberger's what he gave to us today, because I think this is interesting stuff, and I just want to convey this to you. On USG networks, there exists infrared footage of and imagery of a grouping of vessels engaged in SIGINT and mass collection at night in a specific area of the Pacific Ocean. This footage, which was in close proximity to the vessels, a large equilateral triangle UAP suddenly appears directly over the ships. These three bright points are seen at each bottom corner of the UAP, which is observed to slowly rotate on its horizontal axis. And he goes on to describe that. And I just want to read one more, and I'm doing this because I think it's interesting. This stuff is interesting as anything. So let's get this one here, right here. While performing a routine airspace surveillance and control mission in the Eastern Air Defense Sector, an F-22 fighter observed multiple UAP contacts at mission altitude. Moving to intercept, the F-22 pilot noted multiple metallic orbs slightly smaller than a sedan hovering in place. Upon vectoring towards the UAPs, a smaller formation of the metallic orbs accelerated at rapid speed towards the F-22, which was unable to establish radar locks on the presumed hostile UAPs. The F-22 broke trajectory and attempted to evade, but was intercepted and boxed in by approximately 3 to 6 UAPs. And then I'll leave that there, but because I just have no more time left.
Yeah, no shit,
so let's
buddy.
just
Nobody
get into,
knows what the fuck you're talking about.
Let's get into part of this.
I thought I would be saved by the bell.
No. Let's talk about Kuhnian, Lakatoshian type of scientific development. And the problem that we have here is you have institutional blockage of what would be normal development of scientific ideas. And if you want to expand that, Mr. Gold.
We're over time, so be very fast, please.
I'll just say I'm a recovering attorney, so please take it easy on the science. But all breakthroughs have been heretical at first, and that's the challenge that we face, particularly with something as extraordinary as this, which is why gathering the data is so important. And I'll just end by saying, by the way, the overclassification of material is in no way limited to UAP. That is occurring throughout the government, as well as the inability to get people classifications in a timely and efficient manner, and then to have those classifications be broad enough to be useful. So this is a larger issue that I hope that Congress will look at.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Biggs. I've been generous. All right, Mr. Burleson, I'll recognize you for 5 minutes of questions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, does any branch of the United States government or defense contractors possess technology?
Sir, there's documentation that I believe was submitted for the record that was approved for release by the U.S. Pentagon, by the Department of Defense Office of Pre-Publication Security Review, and it states one of the reasons why my predecessor program, OSAP, was trying to collect material of unknown origin.
Was it successfully collected?
It was not. What happened is that there was an aerospace contract company that requested to divest itself of the material that was collected in the 1950s. Right. Unfortunately, that didn't actually occur.
So let's dive into that. That's the Bigelow Aerospace, correct? So
yes, sir.
There was a journalist, Christopher Sharp, who said that there was a transfer between Lockheed Martin, Bigelow Aerospace, and the CIA allegedly blocked this.
He just quoted a guy who's not a journalist.
What I can say is that it was blocked.
Named Christopher Sharp?
Why it was blocked, I can
fucking real.
I was part of some
This is who Congress is fucking reading.
Those contract personnel where they
Chris Sharp
told all of us that is accurate. What we required was a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force in order to make that complete, and that never
Absolutely
occurred.
insane.
And so when Secretary Mattis became Secretary of Defense, I decided it would be appropriate for me to try to receive a memo from him as SecDef, as Secretary of Defense, if we could not get a memo from the Secretary of the Air Force to transfer that material.
So if that material exists today, who's in possession?
Sir, I wouldn't be able to have that conversation.
Yeah, of course not.
In an open hearing, we'd probably have.
That's specific.
My question to you then is, if we were in a secure setting, if we were in a SCIF, would you be able to provide or get access to something, whether it's visuals or material that we could put our hands on, or biologics that would convince me, that would show me that we have non-human origins?
Sir, that decision would not be mine. That would be to the gatekeepers still in the U.S. government.
And who would we, so if you were in our shoes, where would you go from here? How would you get that information? A lot of times we just don't know who to ask because we don't know where to go next. So if you were in our shoes, where would you go?
Well, I prefer to answer that question in a closed session. However, we established Arrow for that very purpose, and unfortunately, under its previous leadership, it failed. So one would hope that they would have the authorities necessary to do that. Let's hope that this new iteration of leadership will be successful.
In the discussions, it's simply about material, or is there discussion about it was previously testified that there was biologics that were collected. Are you aware of any of that?
I am, sir, aware of the reporting that biologics have been recovered. Again, my focus was more nuts and bolts, looking at the physical aspects of these phenomenon, how they interacted around military equities and nuclear equities. So I'm certainly not a medical expert. I would not be able to probably provide you a whole lot of value in that simply because I don't have the expertise.
But was anything described as that we have possession of bodies?
Yes, yes.
We have is it multiple types of creatures, or?
Sir, I couldn't answer that. I can tell you anecdotally that it was discussed quite a bit when I was at the Pentagon. The problem is the supposed collection of these biological samples occurred before my time. In fact, before I was even
Where in the
born.
Pentagon?
And was this part of the
Where in the
Lockheed Martin
Pentagon
discussion, or was this the biologics is a completely separate?
Separate yet related.
Okay.
What?
Has anyone made contact?
Sir, I'm sorry, could you specify?
Has there been any, to your knowledge, any communication with a non-human life form?
So the term communication is a bit of a trick word because there's verbal communication like we're having now. The problem is you also have nonverbal communication. And so I would say definitively yes, but from a nonverbal meaning, when a Russian reconnaissance aircraft comes into U.S. airspace, we scramble two F-22s. And we
I'm
are
more
certainly
nuts and
communicating
bolts,
intent and capability.
chandeliers.
I think the same goes with this. We have these things that are being observed over controlled U.S. airspace, and they're not really doing a good job hiding themselves. They're making it pretty obvious they have the ability to even interfere with our nuclear equities and our nuclear readiness.
Is the United States government and our contractors, are they pulling technology from this? Are they're reverse engineering this?
Sir, as I previously stated, and please forgive me, I am not authorized to discuss specifics about crash retrievals. I signed documentation with the U.S. government. What I can say was, after a very thorough review process by the Pentagon, what I wrote about, and that was my limit, unfortunately, that it was given.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Mr. Timmons for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Elizondo, you just said something interesting. You said they don't seem to be hiding.
What a joke.
They don't seem to be hiding. The UAP sightings are becoming increasingly brash, if you will. And, we've been hearing about these for years, but they've generally been isolated and not as consistent and over-critical military installations. Would you say that's fair? Is this becoming increasingly often? Is it happening more and more?
Great question, sir. Let me see if I can answer this for you. Certainly, there seems to be some indication that they're being provocative, meaning that they're, in some cases, literally splitting aircraft formations right down the middle. So that's an air safety issue. The question is it the frequency increasing? And really the response is it depends. Yes, it's possible that there is an increase in frequency, but it's also possible that there's heightened awareness now. And there's also more pervasiveness of technology out there that's collecting this information and that can record this information. So we're not quite sure yet if it's actually an increase in numbers of these events, or is it that we have better equipment now to record these things, and we have a better ability, if you will, to analyze these things.
And that's my next question. It seems that a lot of these sightings occur near military installations. Do you think that these UAPs are intentionally targeting military installations, or do you think that we have increased abilities to monitor surrounding the military installations?
Sir, maybe both. Part of my concern is we have something in the Department of Defense and the intelligence community called IPB, Initial Preparations of the Battle Space. And we use equities like ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, or other type of equities and technologies to prep the battle space. And certainly, if I was wearing my national security hat, even if there was a 2% chance that there was some sort of hostile intent here, that's 2% higher than we really can accept. And so we must figure out, there's a calculus of capabilities versus intent. in order to identify if something is a national security threat. We've seen some of the capabilities, yet we have no idea the intent. And so this is why this discussion is somewhat, I think, problematic from a governmental perspective, because we have no idea.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Schellenberger, you're particularly familiar with the Langley Air Force Base incident a year ago? Are you familiar?
Just from what I read in the
Just
news.
from what you've read?
Yeah.
I would imagine a large percentage of the American population became aware of that with the Wall Street Journal article. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And were you aware of that incident prior to the Wall Street Journal article?
No.
To the rest of the panel, was the Wall Street Journal article the first time that y'all were made aware of what was essentially an over 2-week UAP frenzy over Langley Air Force Base? Were y'all aware of this prior to the Wall Street Journal article? Anybody, show of hands. Yes,
sir.
Dr. Guyette, could you give me how did you become aware of it?
A colleague of mine who I referenced previously, Chris Mellon, he wrote an extensive article about this, that there were other incursions of drones over Langley before this, as well as many, many military installations over the last 5 decades.
And it's my understanding that there's been an ever-increasing in number, and I'm trying to think how to say this because I wear 2 different hats. I'm still in the Air Force. So, I mean, it seems that they're becoming increasingly brash, and the question that we really have to figure out is it China or is it non-human? And I think that's the biggest question the American people want to know. If it's China, it's scary because they have a lot of technology that we cannot explain. And if it's non-human, that's scary because we don't know the intent. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, Congressman. And in fact, I really believe that we should use this hearing as a catalyst to improve and bolster our air defense capabilities and our maritime domain awareness capabilities, because obviously there are holes in it, whether it be UAP of non-HI direction or NHI direction, or, like as you say, sir, China or any other adversary.
Are you all aware of any task force at the Pentagon or in the national security apparatus that's trying to assess the answer to that question?
At the current moment, sir, no, but this is a great point. From 2020 to 2022, there was a UAP task force in the DoD succeeding where Mr. Elizondo worked, led by Jay Stratton, who had the first comprehensive whole-of-government approach to UAP, which involved pathways to declassification and to increase transparency, as well as assessing the national security risks of UAP. This was a really well-established approach, and we have all advocated that something like it return.
I'm running out of time. The last thing is that we need authorities. The law enforcement, military do not have authorities to actually engage, and Congress needs to act to give those authorities to local law enforcement and the military so they have clear guidelines on how to assess these issues going forward. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now that we have all been cautioned in this committee hearing that the mention of Pentagon's Immaculate Constellation program could put us on a list, well, I already find myself on many lists, I'm sure. So I speak my mind often, so why not just keep going with it? May as well just go all out and say it. The Earth is flat, birds are government drones, and we've never set foot on the moon, and Joe Biden received 81 million votes in the 2020 election. So let's just see how many lists we could get on here today. But Mr. Schellenberger,
dude.
I wanted to ask you.
Fuck me, bro.
I think I understand from this hearing that you would agree that classifying information like this is not in the best interest of the people. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, with the caveat that, of course, I would support classification necessary to protect secrets essential to national security, but I think it's pretty obvious that there's overclassification.
Overclassification, yes. And so in most instances, if they can't tell us what, do you think at some point they'll at least tell us why?
You know, President-elect Trump has repeatedly committed to greater transparency, both on the UAP issue, on JFK files, on COVID origins, and many other things. So I think that we need to make sure that the next administration is held accountable for that.
Agreed. And this is for all four of you. Yes or no, please. I have many questions I want to get to. Are there any known instances of recovered materials or technologies that are not of human origin and maybe connected to any advanced bioscience defense programs within the USG?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be able to answer that, ma'am.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, so
Great.
there are rumors that have come up.
Thank you for the $2
Hill,
donation,
of
Railroad
a
Bum. I
secret
appreciate it.
project within the Department of Defense involving the manipulation of human genetics with what is described as non-human genetic material, potentially for the enhancement of human capabilities, hybrids. Are any of you familiar with that? Yes or no?
No, ma'am.
I am not, ma'am.
I'm not.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to know, with Immaculate Constellation,
Great questions,
how
Bobert.
does this relate to UAP activities, Mr. Schellenberg, in oceanic environments? Are there any instances where the Navy or other maritime forces have encountered UAPs that could not be explained by known technology or natural phenomena?
Yeah, the Immaculate Constellation covers both terrestrial and oceanic, and there's actually a number of cases described in the report that occur in the ocean.
And do you believe that there is a concerted effort by the Pentagon to keep Congress out of the loop regarding these UAP activities, specifically in our waters?
Yes.
I think it's about 5% of our ocean that's actually been studied in detail by man, and we've studied more of space
Thanks,
than we have
Bobert.
of our own oceans.
Thank you.
And so are there
Thank
any
you.
accounts of
Go
UAPs
on.
emerging from or submerging into our water, which could
Fucking
indicate
idiot.
a base or presence beneath the ocean's
A
surface?
base, an alien
I don't
base,
know about a base
underneath
but,
the
you know, as
water.
I mentioned, I had a
And
different
this is
source
what you're
entirely
implying,
described this
Schnellenberger, but when she
extraordinary
asks you about it, you're like,
footage that
blah,
exists of
blah, blah,
orbs,
blah, I
of
don't
an orb coming
know.
out of the ocean and being met by another orb.
I don't
Some would say
know.
that there's multiple hotspots
Maybe.
where we see frequent activity. So in your investigations, have you come across any data or visual evidence like sonar readings or
How about
underwater
hotspots?
footage of these UAPs?
I have not beyond what's in the report.
You've written about UAPs not only in the air but in underwater. Are there any specifics on what you've learned about the UAP activity in our oceans? Particularly, have you spoken with sources who have provided any evidence or eyewitness accounts of these UAPs interacting with our naval forces or being detected by our underwater surveillance systems?
Nothing beyond what's in the report, and then the
See,
the
when they're in the
specific case that I
water, no
mentioned
one
with
can
the
see
orb.
them.
So this
There's not
report
windows
says it all.
on our
there's no other
submarines.
information that we are aware of regarding the activity within our waters.
I have other sources that have told me that have shared a significant amount of information, but they're not comfortable with me sharing it at this point.
Okay.
We
Are
don't
there
even know
any,
where they work.
Technological capabilities observed in these oceanic UAPs that seem to defy our current understanding of physics or our engineering capabilities?
It seems like they all do.
Yes, I would agree with that.
I'm sure you would,
my
lady.
time is up, but I do appreciate your bravery, your courage for coming here and speaking today. And,
Yes,
seems like
your
there's
bravery
still
and
some
courage
questions that we
by
need
sharing
answers to, and we will
fucking
not relent until we get
nothing.
those to the American people. Thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you. I move to allow myself and the ranking member 5 additional minutes for questions without objection, so ordered.
Everyone's
Mr.
leaving.
Elizondo, when
There
you
goes
read into
Burchett.
the Immaculate Constellation.
In his
I would
Carhartt
not be
jacket.
authorized to confirm nor deny the existence of any ongoing
those
or
skin to
past
deer.
program, especially as it relates to a special access program, either by name or trigraph.
Okay, and then does the U.S. government or private contractors, do they work with other foreign countries, China, for example, to exchange data, quote from a source, that intelligence data about UAP?
Let me see if I can answer that a little bit more generally, ma'am, if I may. We do have foreign material exploitation programs. That is something that is widely known, and that term itself is unclassified. How exactly that works becomes a bit sensitive. A discussion we could certainly have in a closed session if you like. We do work with international partners and allies quite often, not just in military exercises and workups, but in other intelligence efforts as well.
In terms of material that's given to private contractors, is certain material given to certain contractors because of their experience? So, for example, if it's related to submerged and undersea propulsion, would it go to a general contractor like General Dynamics?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely correct. Different contractors have different levels of expertise.
What's Lockheed's expertise?
Aerospace, ma'am.
In the UAP space, that's all that they wouldn't do submerged.
No, I didn't say that, ma'am.
Okay.
Lockheed Martin and others do quite a bit of work both in our atmosphere, in space, and even underwater. There are certain efforts to. It's a tough question you're asking.
I'm looking for the answer.
Yes, ma'am. No, they are involved in a lot. I would rather let Lockheed Martin explain the different domains that they are involved with. Probably I'm not authorized to discuss that, but they are involved in a lot of different areas and domains.
Admiral, flight safety risks for our pilots, based on what you've experienced and seen in your career.
They're extensive, and the one exercise I referred to where I received the
They're extensive. Take it from me. I'm a weatherman.
The pilots, and this is worth bringing out, there are debunkers out there who have said the Go Fast video was just a balloon. That was only one video that was released.
We were saying it's going 40 miles an hour, stupid.
Friends of Ryan Graves, who's in this room right here, witnessed and caused significant safety concerns. And to almost call out an exercise and shut it down, which is very compressed, and the carrier's getting ready for deployment, and the pilots have to get certified to land on a carrier. It's extreme, to say the least.
All right, I have two last questions. Real quickly, Mr. Schellenberger, how do we get more whistleblowers to come forward?
Well, this hearing is very important, and obviously, I can't encourage whistleblowers
tell
to
you
obtain information,
any of
but
their
I can,
names,
guarantee that I will protect
where they
them
even
and go to
work.
prison to protect their identities if they come to me.
Yes, sir. Okay, my last question. The first hearing we had on this, I'd never been briefed on UAPs or what they were, biologics, non-human, et cetera. How would you define, each of you, my last question, how would you define non-human biologics, non-human intelligence? What are we actually talking about? Admiral, and we'll go down the line.
I don't think it's a stretch when you look at the diversity of life on this planet and the size of this universe to think that there would be more diverse, higher order, non-human intelligences throughout the universe, and that's probably what's visiting us.
I would take the scientific approach. The definition would be the ability to react to a stimulus in a manner that requires an intellectual thought process.
I just don't know.
Okay. He doesn't
I think
know.
we must be modest in our assumptions that we're looking for intelligence. That could be biological. It might not.
Non-biological, but what non-biological intelligence, what does that mean, though?
Artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
ML, machines. We assume that all intelligence
God,
would be like
how
us.
stupid are
Every
you,
time we
Mace?
look out in the universe, we
These
hold
questions are so
relative to what we
fucking
don't
bad.
know in terms of the forms of intelligence and what it may take. I can assure you I probably can't ask you your question, but I think the ultimate answer is going to surprise us all.
And then Mr. Garcia, you had a few closing remarks.
I know we're about to hit votes here, so I'll be brief. Just I want to thank
look,
you all for
nobody's
being here.
there
I wanna
now.
thank Chairwoman
All the
Mace,
lawmakers have
especially
left.
for holding this important,
So
bipartisan
important,
hearing.
so
And I
big.
want to thank all the committee members that are interested in this topic. I think our commitment to all of you and all the folks that have contacted us, and certainly to the advocates and the pilots, is that we need to continue investigating UAPs. I think the country is owed explanations and ensure that the safety or national security is always protected. This is a conversation and questioning that must continue, so I'm very grateful to all of you. And I also just want to add, just personally, I think it's really important for me, two things guide my questioning and my observations on UAPs. One is we should always be guided by facts, science, and data. And stay serious on those issues. And the second thing is I think that we should not limit our imagination and our thoughts and our curiosity on what UAPs could actually be. And I think those two things for me are really important, and I'm grateful for all of you to be here. So with that, I yield back.
Okay, and we have Mr. Ogles, who is on the way. He's going to be here any second.
Oh,
is
he running late? Is he running late to the most important
and the last member with
congressional
questions
hearing
that
of
we
all
have today,
time?
and then we have votes. So we want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank Mr. Garcia and folks on both sides of the aisle for being here today and being patient. We have a lot more questions, and I hope that this will open the door to more hearings in the future. I obviously would like to know how much taxpayers are spending on this. You have the right to know, but also if we're spending money on something that doesn't exist, why are we spending the money? And if it does exist, why are we hiding it from the public? And of course, our national security is a huge issue, because if there's technology that could harm us or our allies that are in the hands of our adversaries, we obviously want to stay ahead of that to the best of our ability to ensure that That technology is not in the hands of someone who could use it against us or our allies anywhere in the world. So, Mr. Ogles, you're just in time, babe. I will recognize you for 5 minutes of questioning before we head on out today.
Ogles rushing to his desk. Yes, she did. She called him babe, and he's rushing to his desk. Oh, let me get in here. Hold on a second. My dog ate my homework. Sorry, I'm late. Sorry. This is so important. I'm so happy I made it.
Thank you all for being here. And Madam Chairwoman, I'm out of breath because I sprinted to get here. But this is an important hearing.
Is it?
I think we all know.
That's why you barely made it.
Mr. Elizondo, based on your knowledge of UAP sightings, do you believe it's fair to say that they are especially common near nuclear sites?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes. That's what I've read in books.
I'm convinced of that, as are my colleagues.
That's what I've been told.
Robert Salas told me so.
Robert
the reason
Salas
why
is
I pose
here.
that question,
He's around
this
here.
has been one of my talking points from the beginning, is, Oak Ridge is in Tennessee. The so-called weather balloon that drifted, that we now know was controlled, it passed near Oak Ridge. It obviously is a sensitive site, both of interest to our adversaries and to whatever else this is. Because we know that at military installations, at sensitive locations, such as nuclear facilities, that we're seeing this take place. So the question is what is it? Do you believe they've caused an irregular activity, and why might they be interested in those sites?
Sir, in some cases, it's actually regular activity. You'd be surprised. There's actually documentation right now that's been submitted. It's not just Oak Ridge. It's Savannah River Site, SRS. It's also Los Alamos. A lot of our sensitive R&D locations appear to be under some sort of surveillance and monitoring. Why? Well, because a lot of innovation comes out of those areas, a lot of new technologies, a lot of, if you will, disruptive technologies that we use for our national defense originates out of those locations, and advanced concepts in physics as well. So if I was doing any type of reconnaissance, even on a foreign adversary, that's a great target to start with.
Sure, and again, this has been one of my talking points. I do have questions. What role might the Department of Energy or its subsidiaries or affiliates have in this type of technology, or possessing this type of technology, whether it's ours or others? Mr. Gallaudet, I think your testimony has been pretty clear, but would you please reiterate that do you believe UAPs pose a threat to pilots? Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. They were threatening.
Yes, sir. As my time as a weatherman for the United States Navy,
risking pilot safety, commercial and military.
This is so stupid.
Well, considering, and I understand that there's a need in some cases to keep certain technologies secret, but you believe that it is posing a threat to our personnel, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I think it's reasonable to conclude that if there is a threat
we're
to
concluding
our personnel,
conclusions with zero
for
evidence.
serving our
All right, Ogles.
country faithfully, that there be oversight.
100%, Congressman. And in fact, that's the one thing that we've not talked about enough during this hearing is the fact that the government executive branch not sharing with Congress what it knows about UAP infringes on your legislative and oversight responsibilities to such an extent that's very concerning. I mean, what else are we, if you look at national security or intelligence or foreign affairs or appropriations, you all have oversight and legislative responsibility regarding those. This UAP issue may be the greatest issue of our time, and it's being hid from you.
Right.
Well, I mean, and to your point,
which is why
I think
you were
we've
late
seen,
to this
over the
very
decades
important
that we have
meeting.
certain adversaries like China, like Russia, that technologically speaking are not as advanced as us, that they lack some of the lethality that we have, and that we've seen that they've gone after our technologies and in some cases succeeded, in particular with missile technology. And so again, my concern, whether this technology emanates from us or otherworldly, that we know that we possess it. And where's the accountability? Where are the stopgaps? What are the guarantees that if this were to fall in enemy hands, that it isn't immediately weaponized against us? And I'll say this, it is clear from my experience and what I've seen.
What have you seen, Ogles?
The question
you've seen something.
Is it ours? Is it someone else's?
Great.
or is it otherworldly? And Madam Chairman, I would posit.
Do you have any fucking questions,
Oggles? Body, as the regulatory body, we must know. And anyone who prevents us from gaining access to that information, I would consider that criminality.
Oh,
because
boy.
We have U.S. personnel.
He's been talking to Matt Ford.
May very well be in harm's way.
Yeah,
we have technology
he's been talking to Matt Ford this one.
Existence. With that, Madam Chairman, I thank you for your indulgence, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ogles. And with that, and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses,
So
which
I see
will be
1,
forwarded to the
2,
witnesses for their response.
5 photographers
If there's no
in front.
further business without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
5 photographers in front. 5. That's it.
So we got disclosure is what we got.
That's it. That's disclosure, everyone. Okay, here's what we're going to do. There's so much to say on this. There's so much to say. So much to say, and we're going to get into all of it here, but what I want to do is take a quick break. I want to give Matt a quick break. I want to give myself a quick break. I want to go to the restroom. I want to let this sit for a second. And then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about this because, man, what a waste of time. I mean, we all knew it was going to be a waste of time, but now, yeah, I'm interested to know what your thoughts on it are on it, Matt. So, I'm going to give us 5. I'm going to give everybody a 5-minute break here. Matt, can you use a 5-minute break?
Yeah, that's fine.
Great, because I gotta pee.
Okay.
It's really what's going on here is I've gotta pee. And now I'm just sharing that with everyone, including you. Okay, guys, so I'm gonna play some music. We'll be back in 5. Everybody take a smoke break, get your coffee. We're gonna open up the room for you guys to call in and share your thoughts as well, because I'm dying to hear what you guys are thinking out there. Let's do this. All right, we'll be right back, guys. Thank you all. Love ya. So we are back. Oh, wait. Wrong button. There we go.
Are we though?
Now we are. All right.
Okay.
Woo! Okay, so woo. Wow. Where do we start? Well, first we got to start with No. Wow, what are we doing? We got to start with Matt. You got to change the battery in your fire smoke alarm.
Oh my God! Tell me about it. It's been going off since 6 p.m. last night. I'm at Pinzer's house.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing for a live stream. Okay, so I think here's the first place I want to start, because I really want to get people to understand sort of, and Matt, you won't see this, but our audience should see at least part of this. Okay, so this is Senator Gillibrand's main page, and senator, again, not a congressman, a senator, all right, who sits, and these are the two committees that you really, for me, if you want a guy like me, a skeptic like me, or anyone else to really pay attention to a public UFO hearing, if it was being held by the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence or the Armed Service Committee, the Senate Armed Service Committee specifically, both of which she sits on, then I would take this hearing that we had today a lot more seriously. But here's the issue, is that every single, and I looked it up as we were going through each one of these congressmen's questions. So Nancy Mace does not sit on the Senate Armed Services Committee. She does not sit on the Senate Committee on Intelligence. She's a congresswoman. So anything that's revealed to her in a skiff only goes so far. She gets capped, and she eventually hits a ceiling where she has access to as a representative on the committees that she sits on. Senator Gillibrand, Senator Rubio, they have a much higher cap as far as what they're allowed to see in a skiff or a classified briefing, because they sit on the Gang of Eight. They sit on the civilians, the committee of civilians that are allowed to look at the most classified information that the United States and Department of Defense has to offer. They get to see that stuff. Nancy Mace does not. Okay? Representative Robert Garcia does not. Again, Homeland Security Committee, Committee on Oversight and Accountability. He's a congressman. Another congressman who is there, Glenn Grothman. He's Oversight and Accountability Committee and the Education and Workforce Committee. Two committees that, again, do not have access to that kind of information. Jared Moskovich, another, and to also just throw this in there, most, if not all of these are they're freshman congressmen, they're freshman lawmakers. They just got to Capitol Hill, and these are the things that they're championing. Jared Moskowitz sits on the Oversight and Accountability Committee and the Government Oversight Committee in the House. And he also serves as a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Again, all committees that don't have access to the information. This is a testimony from Luis Elizondo, which we're going to read here in a second. That was submitted for congressional record. And then we've got here Tim Burchett. Again, we've talked about him ad nauseum. He's a Bible-thumping, gun-toting, religious fanatic who believes in things like Bible stories, what's Ezekiel in the 12 faces in the wheel within the wheel story in the Bible. Like, he thinks that is proof that aliens have been here for millennia. Okay? Again, does not sit on any of the committees that would give him access to this stuff. Congressman Clay Higgins, who Honestly, yeah, I agree with you, Matt. He needed a bump of some kind. Man, he was so slow. And he almost, like, honestly, out of all of the congressmen that we had today, he was the best one. And that's not saying much, I think. You know, that's bare minimum is what he did. But he did have that moment where he was asking Schellenberger, like, dude, like, who are your sources? Where do they work? Okay, you can't tell me who they are, fine, but where? Like, are they part of the government? If so, what part? Are they civilians? If so, like what gives them then the access or the qualifications to give you this information? So, and he would not answer that, refused to answer it. Not that he couldn't, he refused to do it. And giving those parts, I mean, especially if the departments are big, like, there's no way somebody's going to find those sources. What did you think of that moment? Oh, wait, you're muted. I think I might have muted you.
There we go. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
That's just pretty typical for all of them. Like, you're not going to get many answers out of them that are solid. Like, it's just typical. Schellenberger, I mean, he was a, environmentalist author before all this?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, what does he know, really? Like, it's all hearsay. So how dangerous would it really be to reveal, you know, the department of which his source works when there's thousands of people working for, you know, all these departments?
We'll also keep this
asinine.
We'll keep this in mind as well. He doesn't have an editor. He published this on his website. So it's not like it's like his information and his sources are getting checked by a boss or an editor, you know, going, okay, what do you got? Let's run this through our legal team. Can we legally print this? You know, things like that normal, you know, mainstream media outlets have the ability to do. This is just a guy who's written a few environmental books, posting on his website as a quote journalist, you know, for these guys to read, and he's implying that his sources in this program, Immaculate Constellation, is evidence of aliens visiting our planet, but he can't tell us the people, simply where they work and what their qualifications are, and why do you believe these guys? And his answer is, well, you just gotta trust me, bro.
Yeah. I mean, you even had Gallaudet say that Mellon was a source for something. Like that's
right.
A huge feedback loop.
Well, Christopher fucking Sharp is who Congress people are reading for information, which tells me that they're seeking it. They're looking for information that confirms their bias. If you're out there searching for UFO information and the first thing you come across is Chris Sharp, you're being really specific about the bullshit you want to eat. Like that's not usually the first person that comes up in this. But also so we had Christopher Sharp, Jeremy Corbell, and Michael Schellenberger, who are the journalists that these lawmakers are leaning on for evidence and truth. And another thing somebody had brought this up in the chat, it's very unusual for the people sitting on the committees to be friends with the people they're asking questions of, trying to get transparency from.
Yeah. None of it makes any sense. It was all, I mean, some of them were openly saying that they believe in flat Earth and all that shit.
Well, Boebert, oh my God, dude. Yeah, I don't know if she was saying all of these things that I just listed are conspiracy theories, because then she ended it with Biden didn't get, or did get what did she said, like 8 or 9 million votes or something? Yeah, like as if like that is also a conspiracy theory. Like she's saying that Trump won the election last time, even though we've just been shown again that the election process works. Because if there was a deep state that wanted Trump out of it, he would have lost. And he would have lost the first time against Hillary Clinton. So it's like every time this idea that there's this massive election fraud, it's met with an election that clearly shows like there's no fraud. But here we are in Congress, like linking that shit to UFOs. And to be honest, it's perfection, because both of those things are well, they're conspiracy theories. They're fucking fringe thoughts.
Yep. I mean, there wasn't a lot to say about this whole thing because it was a lot of I can't tell you or trust me, bro. That was it. I can't tell you or trust me, bros.
Yeah, that was the whole fucking thing.
I was watching some believers talking about it, and they were really excited that like crash retrievals got entered in on record in Congress. And the reality of it is, like, you know, so did Flat Earth.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't really mean anything.
Right. It doesn't mean anything. Dude, okay, so we've got who did we leave with? Clay Higgins. So he asked to me the best question, but then went off on some other fucking tangent. And then tried to, I understand that tangent, that it's just, this is not the time to play these fucking games. You've got 5 minutes. Like, just ask direct fucking questions. Don't tell me about what initiative that you tried to pass and didn't get passed. Don't tell me about a bill that failed twice on the fucking, in the NDAA that approves almost every kind of military spending that they put, that they propose. It's just, it's so he got back to maybe trying to get a question of where those sources came from. But again, Schellenberger was like, yeah, I'm not going to tell you that. It wasn't that smart of a redirect to get him to answer a question that you really originally wanted answered. Anyway, he was really slow in his delivery, but even with all of that, he asked the best question out of anyone on that panel. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. I agree. I totally agree. He was the only one trying to play gotcha, but his delivery was so slow he got nothing.
Oh my god, dude! It was like I think Cosmic Judas said it was foghorn leghorn slow. Like it was bad, dude. Okay, so we've got Maxwell Alejandro Frost, who and what's really funny and also should be a massive red flag, this UAP caucus, or these freshman congressmen that are really sort of spearheading this UAP UFO discussion, a lot of them come from Florida. A lot of them are congressmen and women from Florida, okay, including Maxwell Alejandro Frost, who's representing Central Florida, which is honestly some of the dullest parts of Florida are in Central Florida, and I've got no issues saying this because I was born and raised in Florida, so I'm allowed to do this. And it was funny. The Cosmic also said in the chat, "This is like watching a box of white crayons talk about aliens." That to me was the best fucking comment of the day so far. This was like a box of all white Crayola crayons talking about aliens. It really was. So Anna Paulina Luna from Florida, again, only serves on the Natural Resources and Oversight Accountability Committees.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so it's not even close to some sort of national security, Homeland Defense Committee. At least the other ones are kind of in the world of national security, but again, you have that cap as far as what they can hear and see in a SCIF or classified setting. Luna doesn't even come close to serving on any of those committees.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it.
And her questions were fucking awful. And then we've got Congressman Biggs, who's from Arizona, who serves on the House Judiciary and Oversight Committee, Accountability Committee, and that's it. Oh, and the Subcommittee on Crime and Federal Government Surveillance. Again, not a committee that gives him access. Eric Burleson, same thing. This is a freshman lawmaker. Oversight and accountability, transportation and infrastructure, education and workforce committees.
Yeah. It's kind of weird, the people that they brought up in the first place.
Yep.
Like, a lot of them don't seem to have anything to do with anything.
Well, I think what it is it's clearly, to me, the point I'm trying to make with showing you all of the lawmakers in the committees that they sit on is that it's clearly a group of lawmakers that either haven't, and we even heard one of them said, I've been interested in this since I was 8 years old, the UFO discussion.
That's right.
Like, they've come in as lawmakers curious about UFOs, and they hear things, and they see people like Jeremy Corbell that probably pop into their office. They hear from people like Ryan Graves who pop into their office, and they know that they could tell congressmen like this all of these wild, fantastical stories and rile them up to a point where they're doing hearings that mean nothing. And they're only doing these hearings so then they can go back to their UFO, fucking cult of believers and go, man, we're getting closer every day, you guys. I'm going to tell you right now, the biggest quote, the thing that they're going to champion out of all of this, which is just so sad, is when Mace said, come at me, bro, because of Immaculate Constellation. The simple fact that she just brought it up in a congressional testimony setting. And the come at me, bro. That's going to be the meme that surfaces out of this as some sort of act of defiance or bravery against the system, and it's just an idiot who is not on a committee, who doesn't have access to the information, believing a bunch of bullshit from zealots, believers, and people calling her office and showing up at her door, lobbying her to fucking believe in this bullshit. And then she turns around and says something like that. And that's what the idiots champion as a win. Not information, not data, not truth, not transparency, not any sort of fucking clarity, but a meme, like a fucking moment of fake defiance.
Yeah. I think a lot of people were also wondering what was being talked about with the Immaculate, what is it, Constellation Conception?
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck it was.
Immaculate Constellation.
Because it was entered in record earlier today, so it wasn't available as part of the other material. So a lot of people are confused about that had already read the material. I think Gallaudet entered it in this morning.
Well, we're gonna get to Gallaudet in a sec. Man, there's so much. Yeah. There's so much here. Okay, so then we have Rep. William Timmons, who's on the House Committee of Financial Services and the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability. Mm-hmm. I mean, nothing to do with national security as far as top secret images and videos. And then we've got Boebert. Jesus Christ, man. What state is she a rep of? I'm on her website.
Elect her.
I can't see it. It's just too small.
It's got to be somewhere.
Colorado.
Colorado?
Yeah. Which is wild, dude.
Colorado.
It's wild. That's like the one state in the middle of the country that was bluer than any state in the last election. That's wild to me. Just wild that this woman sits. I mean, Colorado's a pretty wild place, but I mean, this one takes a cake. But anyway, she's on the Committee of Natural Resources, the Committee of Oversight and Accountability. She, again, no access to any of this information, and her questions were as dumb, if not dumber, than Luna's. And then we've got.
She seemed to just be trying to do a bunch of confirmation bias in her questions.
Oh, definitely.
Yep. I already believe that. Yep.
Well, that's what a lot of these congressmen did. They were just asking questions that were beefing up their own belief systems. Like it was like, is it or isn't it not true, my buddy, friend, and pal Lou Elizondo? Like, it was like these questions were prefaced just tell me what I want to hear. Just tell me what I want to hear. And then last we've got Andy Ogles, who ran in late, to this huge, important, groundbreaking, discussion that just deserves all of this respect and accountability and transparency. And he almost missed it.
Yeah.
He almost fucking missed it.
Came in at the very end.
I mean, literally the last second, and even got a don't worry about it, babe, from the
that was amazing.
Mace. So he's the Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy Committee, National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions, and Oversight and Investigations. You know, so again, like none of these guys, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 congressmen.
So is this open to everyone? Like
anyone could have come into this and asked questions. She opened it up at the end with the time that they had left over for anyone to chime in and say something and ask questions, and only 2 of them did. And so like last hearing, we had AOC show up and a couple other of congressmen that normally have nothing to do with this, and they asked a couple of questions and they didn't come back. Yeah. Did anyone notice they didn't come back? Why? I wonder. I think it's because their staffers were very quickly made aware, hey, you idiots this is what you're following, okay? Yeah. Like this is what you guys are going after. If you want to be made to look like fools, then keep going down the path. If you want to remain one-term, congressman, keep going. So here is, we had some boots on the ground, and hopefully they'll call in a little, Matt, you can't see this photo, sorry. But hopefully they'll call in a little later. But this is a photo from the front row of this hearing. And again, like people will say, oh, the room was packed. Yeah, it was packed. It was packed on the people who wanted to be there and say, oh, I was there when this happened. But when you look at the row of seats that are available for any lawmaker to come in and ask questions, it's empty. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 people. I'll just say 6 people from the media who get media passes sitting. You know how they take the famous picture that you see on the front page of a big headline, and it's usually people holding up their hands, swearing into Congress. Like, if this was a big story, if this was monumental, if this was important, there would be, first of all, the room would be the biggest room that Congress has to offer to do something like that in. That's number 1, not the smallest room. Number 2, that area would be packed. You wouldn't be able to count the amount of journalists. It'd be paparazzi. It'd be mainstream media. It'd be independent media. It'd be anyone who could possibly get into that room as a media member with a camera sitting in front of these witnesses to take their picture. We've got 6.
Yeah.
This is not a serious thing. I'm sorry, I cut you off. What were you going to say?
No, it's just a nothing bomb. Like, I don't think it reaches outside our little bubble. Not too heavily.
No, not at all. And when it does, it's always misquoted. Like when we do hear about this in mainstream media, say like on a Bill Maher or something like that, they'll be like, oh, and by the way, Congress admitted UFOs were real. Like, and no, they didn't. Exactly. Like, they didn't. They didn't come close to it. They didn't come fucking close to it. And let's go over these witnesses real quick. The first thing I want to talk about is Tim Gallaudet, because man, oh man, talk about a guy who's now got a beef, and now we understand what this beef is. He's incredibly upset with Arrow. And here's why. So this is a post from Stephen Greenstreet. He got a quote from Sean Kirkpatrick regarding congressional UFO testimony of Tim Gallaudet. So this is the full statement from Sean Kirkpatrick. Gallaudet, a former U.S. Navy official, has accused Arrow, the Pentagon's UFO office, of spreading disinformation. He will testify to Congress about UFOs tomorrow. Kirkpatrick, the previous director of Arrow, claims Gallaudet is part of a group of conspiratists who are pushing false and or unfounded stories of UFOs and aliens despite contrary evidence and science. I asked Kirkpatrick to respond to Gallaudet's testimony in general and two paragraphs where Gallaudet specifically mentions Arrow. Gallaudet's written testimony, he has linked here, and this was Kirkpatrick's response to Gallaudet's testimony. Mr. Gallaudet is clearly still bitter that I didn't hire him into Arrow when he came looking for a job. His predisposed tendencies for conspiracies without evidence made him unsuitable for a job that required objectivity and evidence-based reason. I verified my decision with some of his previous bosses and peers. In his first paragraph, he states that Arrow should brief Congress. Arrow has been briefing Congress, the appropriate committees in Congress since day one. I was on the Hill personally answering questions and providing data nearly weekly, not only as director, but after I retired. What Mr. Gallaudet clearly doesn't understand is that the HCOA is not one of these committees, as they don't have authority over Arrow. It was not until after I retired the HCOA committee even asked for a briefing. And then I came up to answer their questions, which basically had little to do with fact and more to do with Playhouse theater, even in a classified setting. And that's exactly what happened today. It's Playhouse theater run by a committee that doesn't have access to the information. And this is why you're not hearing from Senator Gillibrand and Rubio on the committees that actually matter, because they've been briefed every single week, pre and post retirement from Kirkpatrick, on what the fuck's going on. And so that's why they've shut up about this whole UFO alien thing, because now they know exactly what's happening behind the scenes in these classified settings. This is, I mean, this is, go ahead.
Another thing that you pointed out was that they weren't asking the right questions either. Like they would always leave room for some, whether it was, they were talking about crash retrievals, they wouldn't necessarily say like non-human crash retrievals. They wouldn't say anything very specific, so it was easy for everyone to dance around as well. Right.
Well, especially when it's like, well, is the United States reverse engineering UAP? UAP has classified as drones. If a UAP fucking crashes into a desert, the microbes that are in the sand are considered biologics. So when you say yes, a Chinese drone that crashed into our desert or waters or whatever, we reverse engineer it, and we found some biologics on there. Technically, that is true. So when they ask these very unspecific, general, broad stroke questions, just be fucking specific, and you'll see every time there was a specificity thrown at one of these dickheads, it was met with, I can't answer that. I can't answer that. Exactly. I can't answer that. I'll be happy to do that in a classified setting that you don't have access to.
Exactly, right? Yeah.
Like, it's so fucking stupid. Oh my God. Okay, so Kirkpatrick says, furthermore, let's be clear. I had at least two interviewees who came to us and stated for the record that certain members and staffers on the Hill specifically told them not to come share their information with Arrow. Not because they didn't trust us, but because they wanted to hide information. Information we discovered through other means. In other words, there were elements on the Hill obstructing the very office that other elements on the Hill established to investigate these claims. Mr. Gallaudet was associated with that contingent of people. Like, he's talking about Mellon and he's talking about everyone on Americans for Safe Aerospace. He's talking about Elizondo. He's talking about these guys who claim they want the information and then behind the scenes do everything to obstruct the specificity of the information. It's fucking wild. To address his specific claim concerning errors in the historic report, I have answered that question previously to the press. Yes, there were a few errors in the report that did not get caught by the technical editors in the rush to get to the reports of Congress by the deadline, both the unclassified and classified versions. The classified annex had no such mistakes, as that was the most relevant. The errors do not substantially change the resulting conclusions and evidence presented. In my briefing to Congress, that was discussed with the appropriate committees. Again, the appropriate committees. The appropriate committees. None of these people you saw today sit or work or communicate with the appropriate committees. He goes on to say, referring to his second paragraph, this is a typical response from conspiracists who do not want to believe an alternative explanation given evidence. It is either fake news or disinformation. The difference is evidentiary. The historical report is borne out by both public and classified records. Particularly interesting was the Kona Blue effort that we uncovered and declassified as per congressional direction. Again, I love that Kona Blue, dude. Like, I love that they declassified that and beat the conspiracy theorists and assholes like Tim Gallaudet to the punch. The fact that we've questioned everything is exactly what an objective, evidentiary-based investigation should do. The response from Mr. Gallaudet that suggests that we had no right to question is a glaring red flag calling into question his judgment. Suggesting that Arrow was employing disinformation is the accepted response in the face of contrary evidence and science. As this is becoming the new norm, I sense a return to the dark ages of mysticism and magic. I would have expected better from a Navy officer. However, if I've learned anything in my time as Arrow director, it is that rational actors are becoming an endangered species. And that is a call and like shooting a flare in a dark, vast ocean. This statement right here, like, it's becoming the new norm that people in our intelligence agencies want to return to an age of mysticism and magic. Like, that's not hyperbole. They want to go to a place where the mystery is what we base off of our fucking decisions and spending and attention on. I would have expected better from a Navy officer. However, if I've learned anything as my time as director, which tells him, like, there have been over 40, 50, 60, 100 witnesses that have come through this office that have all been similar to Tim Gallaudet, that have been in positions of national security, of crucial intelligence, and they put their kids on fucking ghost hunting shows.
Yeah.
And now they're pretending to be the rational people in the room based off of magic and fucking mysticism. And that this is becoming a normal thing within our intelligence community. That's scary.
Yep. It's terrifying. Yep.
That's fucking terrifying.
Like Bobert, that's what happens,
Right. We're basically, imagine taking Bobert, putting her in a Navy, making her a Navy Admiral weatherman, and then putting her in Gallaudet's seat. That's what you have. Yeah. That's what you're listening to right now. It's the same fucking thing. Crazy people. Go ahead.
It's kind of sad that there aren't any congressmen that are so well read on any of this that they don't go up and ask truly hard questions that'll put these people, like, put them on their back heels. You know,
I think
it's possible to do.
I think honestly, I've been looking at the responses to Mace and all of these congressmen talking about this shit, and there's more than enough responses in there for them to ask good questions. There really is. And I think partly just like the typical UFO podcaster, grifter, timeline creator, whatever the fuck they do, they hit a crossroads of, okay, I'm going to either lean into the mystery or I'm going to tell people the truth. And I think when you lean toward the truth, just like Senator Gillibrand found out when she even hinted that some of this is probably not happening, she got a wave of hatred for it.
Yeah.
You know, and it's more popular for her Twitter account. It's more popular for the other initiatives that she has if she just leans into the mystery and doesn't ask the questions that she knows are in her feed. And they come up multiple times. They get retweeted. I've asked those questions. I've seen other people ask those questions. It's there. I think just like these podcasters and grifters, they turn a blind eye. They pretend like they don't see it, and even though they do.
Money.
Fuck you, pay me.
Contracts, money.
It's pretty wild, dude. And then we got, I thought the slipperiest eel on that panel was Schellenberger.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's very slippery, and I think that became really clear with his. I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to do this. I could, but I'm not. Yeah.
That was a wild moment. Like all of these guys are calling for transparency. Here you had Matt Ford. We read his statement. We listened to what he said pre-show, calling out these CIA directors and stuff by name. And here they have it. They have the opportunity to do that, right? Under oath, under congressional, record, and they don't do it.
Yeah.
Why? Fucking why, dude? I'm gonna try and find that moment. Would you remember which congressman asked? Oh yeah, it was Green. It was Green.
Yeah, Green.
So yeah, let's get back to this moment here real quick. Let me see. I'm gonna put this on this screen. We're gonna replay this, and I'll share this with you, Matt.
At 5x speed, so it's at normal speed.
yeah. Hold on a second. Let me just share this screen with you so you can see and hear what we're doing. Okay.
Earlier in testimony, you expressed confidence. So do you know those sources?
I do.
Are they within the Department of Defense?
I can't say.
You can't say, or you won't say?
I won't say.
Okay, why not?
Because I protect my sources, and I think the reason.
But you're not naming them. It's a big department. Many of us on my side of the aisle would say it's far too big. So.
It's a huge department. Huge department.
You're talking about the Department of Defense, sources from within the Department of Defense?
I'm not willing to reduce the potential universe of where my sources might be.
Okay,
I'm not willing to reduce the potential universe of who my sources might be.
Yeah.
In this report, Mr. Elizondo.
Yeah. That's to me, that's the moment where I'm like, you slippery fucking bastard. Why are you guys being so slippery with this?
I think one of the more confusing things for me was Elizondo saying he wouldn't talk about crash retrievals, and that the only stuff unapproved in his book through Dopser was about crash retrievals, but he clearly says stuff about crash retrievals in his book.
Yeah.
And makes bold claims about it.
Yeah.
Among other things.
But, I wonder why he doesn't want to put it under congressional record. I wonder why. I wonder why he doesn't want to go into detail about the crash retrievals that he talked about in his book. I love when they're like, oh, the crash retrievals. Yeah, no, I wrote in my book. Buy my book. Go check out my book. I'm not going to talk about it here, but I talked about it in my book. That's a way for them to not lie to under oath. You know, it's a way to.
His best-selling author, New York Times best-selling author.
Oh my God, was he?
What a plug! Yeah, that's how they introduced him.
Let me search that.
Yeah, it's right at the beginning when they introduce him.
Wow.
I wonder if he can request that. Like, I want to be introduced as.
Oh, I'm sure.
You know?
I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure that's part of it. Oh, I can't look it up by the. All right, let me see if I can find it here.
Controversial topic. I'm not going to name names, but there are certain individuals who didn't want this hearing to happen because they feared what might be disclosed. But we stood firm. No amount of outside pressure would ever keep me from pursuing a subject to ground, come hell or high water. On that score, I want to thank our witnesses for being here. We have before us a panel of individuals accomplished in the military, in civilian government, in science, and in journalism. Some of the testimony you will hear them deliver today does not reflect well on influential individuals and agencies within the U.S. federal government and perhaps some of our contractors. It's never easy to present such information publicly. So I appreciate our witnesses voluntarily agreeing to being here today. This hearing is intended to help Congress and the American people to learn the extent of the programs and activities our government has engaged in with respect to UAPs and what knowledge it has yielded. This includes, of course, any knowledge of extraterrestrial life or technology of non-human origin. If government-funded research on UAPs has not yielded any useful knowledge, we also need to know those facts. Taxpayers deserve to know how much has it been invested, how much has been spent. They shouldn't be kept in the dark to spare the Pentagon a little bit of embarrassment. The reality is, despite their enormous taxpayer-funded budgets, the transparency of the Defense Department and the intelligence community have long been abysmal. The Pentagon has failed 6 consecutive audits. In fact, it's never actually passed one. Adding to this is a runaway overclassification of documents and materials, a reluctance to declassify materials when appropriate, and at times an outright refusal to share critical information with Congress. In short, it's not a track record that instills trust. So Congress has tried in recent years to lift the veil and find out if information about UAPs is being withheld, not only from the American public, but also from their elected representatives in Congress. Part of the transparency effort was legislation created in the Pentagon, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, but the new office is struggling to get its footing. A recent statutorily required report from AARO, intended to illuminate the government's historic assessment of UAP.
The new office is struggling to get its footing. It's kept up with all of the congressional mandates that's been put forward before it. So what the fuck is she talking about when she says that?
Was heavily criticized by those seeking UAP transparency. The report has stoked suspicions AARO is unable, or perhaps unwilling, to bring forward the truth about the government's activities concerning UAPs. I'm disturbed that AARO itself lacks transparency. Even its budget is kept from the public. So if there is no there, then why are we spending money on it, and by how much? Why the secrecy? If it's really no big deal and there's nothing there.
I agree. That's a question that we asked the shit when the office was created. How much is this costing? Yeah. Because when Senator Gillibrand was talking about it, she was discussing like a whole she's like, oh, it's a whole new office and we got to hire new people and it was a whole thing. But I know for sure, I don't think the budget's that big. I've spoken to a witness who was interviewed by AARO, and it was only 2 guys, and they reported to one guy. Because it's really like they don't need that much. Like it only takes 2 people to interview a witness. It's not like the witnesses they're mostly retired, most of them. Some of them are actively working. But yeah, dude, it's not like a whole new building like what I thought maybe it might have been at first. You know, like, what does this open the window to spending? Like, does this mean they get a whole building? Does this mean, like, how many people are working there? How often do they have to report to Congress? Like, You know, like when do we get to see a budget of this? Like that to me is a good question. I don't mind. I want to know how much they're spending, even if it's only a 2 million, 10 million, whatever. I still want to know. Like that's a good question.
She said, if there's no there, why are we spending it? That's a wonderful question too.
Yeah, that's also too. If there is no there, why are we spending it? And I mean, I think it's, again, like we've shown, it's a hell of a distraction. If there is no there, it's a hell of a distraction for our enemies, for our own constituency. Again, we've explained so many times, like the military and the DOD would much rather you think it's aliens visiting the planet than a new plane or weapon system. Just like Tim Gallaudet believes. By the way, Railroad Bum, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, I agree that Schellenberger was the biggest a-hole. Matt's not so good at RCs said Turner asks a really good question too. Where do we go from here? Who do we talk to after this? I think that was Nate Burleson, or it might have been Turner. Either way, yeah, I agree. Like, where do we go? Like, and they couldn't answer it. Fucking nothing, because they provide specificity. Because if they provide specificity, they can be proven wrong. Agreed. Also, if they provide specificity, I think more importantly in that setting, they can be proven liars, lying to Congress, you know, like at the very least, either being ill-informed, being a person who was just given bad information and then took that bad information and told Congress, which technically wouldn't be a lie. That would just be you being an idiot.
Ignorance.
You know, just ignorance. Yeah. So they could play that ignorance card if they get caught in something like that. You know, dude, there's just a lot of slippery ways for them to get out of the things they said, because there is no specificity to any of it. And that's why when they did get to those moments of specificity, it was like, yeah, no, I'm not going to answer that. Sorry. I can tell you in a classified briefing that you won't have access to.
Why hide it from the American people? Because I'm not a mathematician, but I can tell you that doesn't add up. I expect some of our witnesses to share their views on that Arrow report. We will also hear from the witnesses today allegations of UAP-related misinformation and disinformation by government officials, of which they are personally aware and directly experienced. And we will hear testimony today concerning recent revelations about a purportedly secret UAP program whose existence and findings may have been improperly withheld from Congress. But before we get to the witnesses, we're going to have a few more opening statements from our colleagues. And one thing I wanted to add at the end of my closing statement is there is a document that will be entered into the congressional record today. Mr. Tim Burchett from Tennessee has this document, and we just distributed it to every member up here on the dais of this document. But this is going to be the original.
This is where she says it, maybe.
To that promise. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. And I would now, committee staff asked me to go ahead and I will do it, enter into the congressional record this 12-page document that Michael Schellenberger brought today that describes the Immaculate Constellation government program. So we will do that now. Every member up here has a copy of it. The first section talks about the unacknowledged special access program called Immaculate Constellation, and the second section about USG imagery intelligence. And Representative Luna just told me if I say Immaculate Constellation, I'll be on some list. Maybe a FISA warrant, so come at me, bro.
There it is. What'd you say, Matt?
Jesus. That's when they entered it into record, and she said that it was brought today, so that's why it wasn't in the list of shit.
Right, and it also like, if this was so important, why wouldn't you give this to the lawmakers the day before?
Yeah.
You know, hey, read this before you come ask me questions. This will help you ask really great questions.
Exactly.
Instead, they're scrambling to read it as they're listening to other people ask questions. It's so stupid.
I'll be on some list. Maybe a FISA warrant, so come at me, bro, I guess. But without objection, entered in the record. All right, so next we will introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Thank you so much for being here. Our first witness is retired Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, who retired from the U.S. Navy and is now the Chief Executive Officer at Ocean STL Consulting. Our second witness is Mr. Lou Elizondo, a former Department of Defense official and author of a recent bestseller book about UAPs. Our third witness is...
Man.
Plug. Yeah, you can hear him pronounce Karate Putamin all crazy.
Gárame, puta man.
Awesome of him
Gárame, puta man. Gárame, puta man. He sounds like that fucking temple god from Temple of Doom. You know, gárame, puta man. Gárame, puta man. Gárame, puta man. He rips out his fucking heart and sets it on fire. Fucking what a shit show. Okay, so speaking of best-selling author. It's very interesting. And let's just, honestly, let's play that again for the record.
This is Mr. Rachel, and author witness is Mr. Lou Elizondo, a former Department of Defense official and author of a recent bestseller book about...
What happened to the director of ATIP?
Yeah, isn't that weird?
What happened to OSAP? What happened to, a guy on the inside? Headed up America's UFO program. What happened to that? It's just what did she say? Intelligence official?
A former Department of Defense official and author of a recent bestseller book about...
So, here's a guy who is a Department of Defense official, counterintelligence guy. Why don't you mention he bragged about torturing people with his remote viewing abilities? Why don't you tell people about how he's fucking run rampant within the UFO subculture through social media outlets like Twitter to go after journalists and podcast hosts and former friends anytime they question his narrative. Why don't you ask him about the orbs that he saw in his house over a 3 to 4 year period while he was director of ATIP or just recruited or just kind of worked there or really wasn't part of it at all. We don't know. We don't know because no one will ask him any specific questions on the record like I asked you to ask him here, Nancy Mace. How come none of that is talked about when we discuss Luis Elizondo? Like that it's never ever put out there, and it's either because they don't know or they know and they're just ignoring it.
I think it's been so scrambled between, was he a part of OSAP? He says he's not a part of OSAP. In his book, he says he's part of OSAP. Was it ATIP? Was he the director of ATIP? No, he was one of the heads of ATIP in his book. There's all kinds of claims. It's too.
Well, I just love it. Here we have a moment to put on the record, to tell people the truth, to get it on congressional record. So that way you're putting your credibility really on the line. Why isn't your title former director of ATIP? Because that's what you said you were.
The answer to that is super obvious. He's careful. He's careful about what'll come back on him. He knows he can say stuff on Twitter, but a congressional record's a whole nother matter.
Man, it's wild. It's wild to me that it's gotten this far.
Yeah.
And if the one thing that shows is clear is that these congressional hearings are getting smaller, they're being less attended by. The legislation that comes out of these hearings fails every time. So I feel like most of Congress is hip to the game, but it's just wild to me that tax dollars went to a 2 hour and 17-minute presentation about nothing. This is like a Seinfeld marathon. It's a show about nothing.
No answers whatsoever.
Nothing. Not one thing was answered. I'm curious to know what the UFO community is saying about this. Is this a win? Is this a victory? I've been watching Mick West. His updates have been amazing. This can't feel good.
From what I've seen is they're really excited that crash retrievals got entered in on record, and that's a win for them. That's what I've seen so far.
So strange. So strange. Alex Garcia, I'm not one to make excuses, but the guy stood there, hand on the book, and testified under oath. That's as clear as it gets, right? Yet somehow we're all sitting here wondering if it's really clear. If what's clear? What have they made clear? Just because you put up your hand and testify to what have they testified to?
To what they've heard.
To what
like
they've heard.
The same shit.
Yeah, it's just stories. They've testified to camp stories that they've heard. That none of them were, and that was one thing that was actually a pretty great moment where somebody did ask Gallaudet, have you had any firsthand knowledge of this? No, I haven't. This guy told me.
Yeah.
You know, like it means shit, dude. It means nothing if there's no clarity, if there's no specificity, it means nothing.
To the people who believe it, it means everything, because they're not going to listen to it too intently to the parts that they don't want to hear. You know, and that's the reality of it. It's always going to be a win. Anytime Congress brings up UFOs, it's a fucking win.
Living in a camper, eating beans out of a can, washing his sock puppets in a bucket, selling moon pies for a little change. How the Billy Goat Patriot has fallen. I mean, I don't know if he's fallen, dude. He's sitting here in front of Congress. I mean, you think the price of his dinners were expensive now to show you chandeliers. Boy, oh boy, wait till you see the prices next year for his chandelier presentations. You know, like
upwards, for sure.
Yeah, definitely failing upwards. He's failing himself right into a book and probably a movie. Yeah. It's let me tell you, please, somebody give me the failure that I fall into a TV show, a best-selling book, and a fucking movie. Please, anyone.
And a team of cultists ready to dox at will.
Yeah. God damn, dude. I don't know, man. It's pretty bad.
I mean, after watching that for a few hours, what is there really, to discuss when they didn't say anything? And it's all the same shit we've heard for years. That's the hard part.
Yeah, this is an interesting moment here too. Alejandro Rojas, let's listen to this quote.
AARO has expressed to the committee that, like any other federal government agency, it's faced challenges in its establishment, specifically in hiring staff to manage UAP historical records and coordinating with other federal agencies. While these agencies have been helpful to us in understanding the challenges that come from collecting UAP data, none of them have been able to substantiate the claims made at this hearing last year by David Grush. Despite our committee...
Right there. None of them have been able to substantiate the claims made at this hearing last year by David Grush. That's not only the Arrow office, that's the Washington Post, that's any other major news stream or journalist or investigative reporter other than the people at the debrief, because they're the ones who ran that story. So again, like all of these groundbreaking stories are coming from the Liberation Times. Who? The Liberation Times. The I can't remember the name of Schellenberger's a blog, podcast, whatever. But it's something like Truther or so, I don't know. It was something like with the word truth in it. And then we've got who is the third guy? Who's the third schmuck that reports on this? Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, and it's never any sort of groundbreaking, trustworthy journalists. It's always these fringe people that never have any sort of editor above them going, no, you can't print that because we can't verify it. And it just goes back to this, like no one can substantiate the claims being made, not only by Dave Grush, but by Schellenberger, by Elizondo, by Mellon, you can put any name there, Gary Nolan. Nobody has brought or been able to substantiate any claims made by anyone, let alone David Grush. And that's the whole problem with this topic. It's infuriating.
It's never going to stop either. I mean, right now we have a president-elect going in who uses Joe Rogan as a source for his data. Joe Rogan believes in S4. How weird is this shit going to get?
Right.
Big bad feedback loop again.
Yeah, and I think what's going to be really funny is I feel like they've got their transparency president who's promised them that they were going to, fucking release all the UFO data. And in 4 years, when nothing has changed, then what? Then what?
I mean, there's a good chance that bad misinformation will come out from the presidential office, and that'll be a win for them. You know what I mean? Like relying on Joe Rogan again for data, guys like that bring Bob Lazar on their show and just sit mouth agape believing everything they hear. So there's a good chance that'll happen.
2 hours ago, John Greenwald posted first questions out of the starting gate. Quote, I can tell you more in a closed session. Average Chris wrote, that's because Grush and Elizondo have shown numerous times that they operate the same way. Also, like Grush, this is just a plot against access into classified setting by claiming you have information that needs to be discussed in a skiff, which requires a clearance. Again, and this is something that I'm just going to hammer over the head a million times. It requires a clearance that not one of those 13 lawmakers has. So when they say, oh, I'd love to talk to you and about this in a closed setting, they say that knowing that there is no closed setting that they could share that information in, because the lawmakers just do not have the access to it. I would love to see, this is why I want to see a meeting with Senator Gillibrand and Rubio, on the Armed Services Committee or the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, and then ask them a real specific question and get the answer. Oh, I'd love to tell you that in a classified setting, and one of them fire back, there's nothing you can tell me in a classified setting that I already haven't seen or heard. So as far as what I've seen and heard, there's no evidence that tells me there's aliens visiting our planet.
You know what I also find interesting is that, like, I've asked some of the believers why they're okay with constantly getting, we can't tell you that except in a classified setting, and it seems to be that they all think that, Grush and Elizondo, guys like that, are having their lives threatened constantly, or their job or their security clearances threatened constantly, and they really believe this. So it's valid for them to get that as an answer. That's why they are okay with these guys who bang transparency not being transparent, because their lives are at risk and they're heroes.
Yeah. I want to share this here real quick. There's a clip that Third Phase of Moon just put out yesterday. I just saw it now, and I want to hear what's happening here, because this is great. Here you have an absolute full-blown fucking... oh, shit. Hold on a second. We got a call from DC coming in. Well,
all right.
They hung up. They probably know I'm live. They might be watching the show. Hold on. Let me see if he'll call into our stream. I'd love to get his update on it.
Corbell says this is the calm before the storm. What an asshole.
Yeah, it's been the calm before the storm for 80 years. Okay, so this is a clip of, again, sorry, I got cut off in the middle of that, but well-known hoaxer, full-blown hoaxer, has been caught in multiple lies, multiple hoaxes. Here he is walking down the halls of a taxpayer-funded building with a U.S. congressman. And the way they fucking titled this is hilarious. Third phase of Moon, exclusive interview, Congressman Tim Burchett. Exclusive? You guys are labeling this as an exclusive? That's my biggest issue with this. Exclusive. This guy has talked to every vulnerable adult and mentally challenged person on the planet when it comes to UFOs. There's nothing exclusive about what you're about to share here. He writes, it is the eve of the UFO congressional hearing, and today we conducted an inside interview with Congressman Tim Burchett, at Tim Burchett at his office. Wow. We asked him for the lowdowns on the bodies, the craft, the debris. Here's a little sneak peek brought to you by Third Phase of Moon, with all of these stupid hashtags, including Donald Trump, and Elon Musk, as if they give a fuck. Like, these are two people, one of which told you, yeah, I'm a bigger entity than NASA. I know just as much, if not more, about NASA when it comes to space travel, low orbit objects in our atmosphere. And I'm telling you, there's no aliens coming into the atmosphere. And then the other guy, who is a guy who really does not give a shit about UFOs whatsoever, and Donald Trump. Not even a little bit. He does not give a fuck, and he doesn't believe in it at all. So amazing. Third Phase of Moon, you're doing God's work, you fucking morons. Okay, here we go.
So what's going on in the hearings tomorrow? Who's showing up? We got Lou Elizondo. You got the
This is great. This is so great. It's classic. This is the shit I'm talking about. They don't even produce it the right way. There's no microphone. They're just using the microphone off of the fucking camera, so you hear nothing but echoes. I mean, fucking classic. Oh, do we have our caller in from DC? We do. Yes. What's going on, buddy?
What up, mate? How are you?
I'm doing well. So tell us the lowdown. What's the feeling coming out of the congressional, the world-changing congressional hearing?
Here's the thing, Lou. I got to say straight from the off. You know, I don't believe what these people believe. I'm talking about the people in the line to get in. Yeah. But there's some lovely people out there, you know what I mean? Yeah. They just genuinely want to know answers. And again, we didn't get any answers, because any question that they tried to ask that would have got any answers was, I can't tell you that here. Yeah. It's a waste of time, really.
Yep.
So, but yeah, I mean, it's the what we call the UFO brain. It's eternally optimistic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's nothing that can sour their joy when UFO is mentioned. So, it's a lot of happy people in there. For me, it's a lot of happy people. For me, it was an experience. It was a real experience to see how you guys do it in your governmental settings. It was all very well run, and everyone was really nice and accommodating. Because it was a last minute thing for me, but yeah, but yeah, it was an experience. Now, did we learn anything? Obviously not. And that's where we're at, really. It's all the same. But looking around outside of those who were in the line to get in, and I interviewed a few.
Yeah.
But the people who were just walking to the front of the line are all the same group. Who's pushing this?
Right. Which was Corbell, Matt Ford.
Oh, yeah. Corbell was in there, obviously.
Yeah.
Burchett got Corbell in. So, it's all the same people, all the same stories. I was interested in hearing Mike Gold. Didn't really say much, I don't think.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we're where we're at, but they're going to be out partying tonight that somebody in the world said UFO. You know?
Yeah, this is the Super Bowl for them. Well, here's the thing. The thing I was saying, and the thing that I've really been emphasizing this whole stream, is the committees that these lawmakers sit on. Because when the answer that is, oh, I'd love to tell you in a closed or classified setting in a skiff, right? None of these lawmakers have the authority or the access to look at that information in a skiff. So it's a promise of an answer that they can never get.
Yeah, exactly, and that's precisely the problem. Any probing question was diverted to, oh, I can't say anything here.
Were you able to talk to any lawmakers before or after?
No, but I've got it on the books. I was supposed to.
Yeah.
But listen, I only got in last night. I just decided,
Yeah.
I was so tired. It's just been such a whirlwind. I was there. I wasn't first in the line. I had my seat anyway, but I was there first to interview. I wanted to interview people about it.
Yeah.
So it's been a long day. But I will be reaching out to their offices later down the line and coming back. It's a beautiful city, by the way. It's the first time I've done DC. This is beautiful.
Oh yeah. Just be careful. It is dangerous. Don't let the beauty fool you.
I'm walking around with a camera in my hand as well. Some guys
Be careful.
Yeah.
Be careful.
How did you receive it, Lou?
Well, okay, so yeah, there were moments. The thing that I found interesting, we're talking about it now, was the fact that they labeled Lou Elizondo as a former DOD official and guy who wrote a book. There was no director of ATIP, no member of OSAP, none of that stuff.
That's just what I mean. At this point, somebody, i.e. Lou Elizondo's got to come out and say what it was. I don't understand why we're still 7 years down the line and he was a director of or a manager or a chief supervisor.
We don't know. We don't know. Yeah. He was a member. He saw a paper that said ATIP on it. I don't know. It's so wishy-washy. I thought honestly the most slippery and kind of gross moment of the entire proceeding was when I'm forgetting his name. The really slow Schellenberger.
Green.
Well,
Green.
It was Green. Yeah, he was asking Schellenberger about his sources, and he's like, okay, well, where do these sources work? Give us some specificity about where these sources work, because the department you're talking about is massive. Just tell us where it is. Nobody's going to find them. And he's
but he can't tell them he was sat next to them all.
That's true. It's true.
It's all the same stories.
Yep, he's sitting right next to him. He's sitting next to his sources.
All roads lead to Put Off and Bigelow, and that's the bottom line.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really true. All roads do lead there.
If you had any knowledge of aliens or spaceships, your first port of call isn't Corbell, isn't Schellenberger, isn't Knapp, isn't any of those guys. It's a closed group. They're very protective of one another. You should see them all. It's a good old boys club or whatever they call it.
Yeah, that's the other thing, and it was something I always just want to give credit to the audience for pointing this out. Somebody had pointed out, like, it's not normal for the people who are the people asking the questions, looking for transparency, the lawmakers, the people with the higher status are all chummy and buddies and saying they're buddies with the grifters and the people who are telling them the stories that they're asking questions from.
But here's the thing. Again, I'll say it. Belief does not discriminate. You have lawmakers in that. You have Tim Burchett in his in his jacket who believes in Bigfoot and believes in a god and believes in a devil, believes in angels, believes in demons, and of course aliens. So when Corbell calls him up and like, oh, I've got a story, Tim. Of course, they're chummy.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not being funny, right? There's some very smart people in that room, but there's also a lot of not so smart people in that room, and that includes the Congress people. From what the questions weren't very good, to be honest.
They were so bad. They were so bad. The questions were so bad. The only good question that came out of the entire thing was the one we just discussed, where he was trying to get the specifics. And Schellenberger's like, are you can't share it with me, or are you not going to share it with me? And he's like, yeah, no, I'm not going to share it with you. Because why? It's like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Why turn up?
Yeah.
But, why turn up and go through the theatre of it all? I mean, it looks good, but you're never going to get to this answer of what people are saying. What I think they're saying is just it's just misidentification or next gen tech in test areas.
Yep.
That's a It was
because. Well, I was going to say the next significant thing, because you had Gold, who's in NASA, on the committee at NASA, and he's talking about how he wants to set aside a little budget from NASA, but yet you have an entity 15 times the size and budget of NASA telling you, like, especially in a person like Elon Musk, who does not give a fuck. Like, if there was aliens visiting Earth, he would be the first guy to post it on Twitter.
Correct.
He'd be the first guy.
Lou, the bottom line is this. There's a group of people who are telling the government through their contacts and through these credulous brains like Burchett and Luna and whoever else. They're saying, we've got a problem. These things are flying around, alien spaceships, but we're the people to solve the problem. That's what they're doing. And they just want that go. Otherwise, they wouldn't all be making the UFO companies. They wouldn't be doing that. They'd be testifying without being on the boards of each other's companies, inviting each other to this thing. Sorry, it's loud here. I'm going back in the building now.
No, you're good.
But, listen, I've got nothing against the UFO people who believe that, who are there in good faith and really want to know. I met some great people today. But when you step back, it's all the same storytellers, all trying to influence these lawmakers. And today, the questions, we didn't find anything out. It was just theatre. It was just
well, you said that behind the scenes, when the cameras are off, these guys are all buddies. How do you?
No, this is what I wanted to say to you though. I don't know if it was like this on the stream, but as soon as they ask their questions, they walk off. They walk off and go and have food, and that's it. They're not interested in what anybody else is saying. We sat through it all, but they go. Nancy Mace goes, right, you got 5 minutes. So they ask 10 questions, and they get up and walk out.
Yep.
I'm like, you're not really interested. You're just playing by numbers.
Right. Yeah, no, they're just there for the follows and the retweets. And I think, honestly, the biggest moment that's going to come out that the believers are going to champion as this like this really important moment is when Nancy Mace said, come at me, bro, when she was talking about Immaculate Conception and being put on a list. Like, there are already memes of her, saying, come at me, bro, like she's some fucking champion of truth. A champion of truth who doesn't have access or sit on the committee that could actually get to any truth. And oh, wait, real quick. This is something that my a former producer of the show here said. You guys are missing the point. They're saying, quote, we don't have the power to dig deep, but you do, so get in there and do something about it. That's what you're missing, Alex, is no, they don't. The people that they just spoke to in Congress, the lawmakers that they just spoke to, get this through your head. They do not have the power to get to anything. Correct. And that's why this is a waste of fucking time, because this is the wrong committee and the wrong group of lawmakers that are a bunch of fucking dummies that believe everything and anything that is told to them. And that is obvious by what we heard and saw today. That's what you're missing.
Right. So just an example of that. I think Lou Elizondo said something like, "Oh, these things have been reported to go 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 Gs." Right? The guy, I think his name was Briggs or something. The lawmaker sat right in front of me, and do you know what he said? He went, "Wow," but really meant it. Really meant it.
Yeah.
Like, these people are listening to stories, and they're like, "Oh my God, tell me more."
Yeah.
I'd love to see them watch Harry Potter.
Right. Well, one of the very first lawmakers that spoke and started asking questions, the older guy. One of the first things out of his mouth was, "Oh, I'm so happy to be here. I've been a believer of this stuff since I was 8 years old. Let's get into this."
That's how you and I got into it, Lou. It wasn't
right.
I was a believer. I read that same damn book in that library all the time because I.
Oh, we might have lost Charlie.
Which Charlie was that?
I don't want to say. Yeah, I don't want to say.
That's fine.
Just because I'm not sure if he wants everyone to know because he's working on stuff. But let's see if we get him back. Let's see if we get him back.
He has some interesting takes from being there. Definitely.
Yeah, well, I mean, dude, I'm glad to hear that it's basically everything we saw as well and heard, but I think he makes a great point. Like, and we see this once they're done with asking their question, they get up and they fuck off. Yeah. Like they don't care. And that's why the questions that are being asked, this is why it means nothing, because if this was an important issue, every lawmaker, first of all, every seat would be taken in there. Every single seat would be occupied by a lawmaker. And that's number one. Number two, they would stick around to make sure that the question they asked wasn't asked by somebody else. So they're not wasting time on a very important issue. That's not happening here. And why folks like Alex Garcia here are just continue to fucking ignore that just to comfort your belief system. It's infuriating, and it's why you're not a producer of this show anymore, and it's why we don't talk about this shit anymore, because you cannot put your belief system down for 1 minute to just look at what's happening in front of your face, which is nothing. Which is nothing. Nothing has fucking changed. And the seriousness of this has not elevated whatsoever. You're in the media, Alex. You understand, especially you understand promotion and you understand PR, especially PR. Where the fuck is the PR in this, the greatest announcement of all time? Where are the lawyers? Where are the generals? Where are the people looking to really make sure this meeting doesn't happen? Where is that stuff? Where's the PR push? Where's
I mean, aliens are real.
Where is all of the world stopping everything they're doing to listen to this presentation? It's not happening. It doesn't exist because the information being shared is meaningless. It's meaningless. I think we got Charlie back. Let's see. Charlie, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that.
You're good.
I just had a really awkward moment as well.
Yeah?
The Schellenberger was getting into an Uber or something, but when him and Lou were walking out, because he had to pass me, I said, "Why didn't you tell him about the Romanian mothership and the Chinese lanterns?" So that didn't go down too well. But, I was like, but I'm in a public forum. I want to ask him like decent questions, like, own up to this nonsense. What you're doing is there must have been 200, 300 people lined up wanting to know things today, and they just go out there and go, oh, yeah, sorry, I can't tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to protect my source. I said to, I interviewed Sheehan, I interviewed Steve Bassett. I said to Steve Bassett, is disclosure this month now, Steve?
He's been saying that since like 2006.
He said he's got it. No, he didn't say that. He said, I don't. He did own up. He said, I've been wrong many times. I was like, yes, you have.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, they're all out front. They're all out front here. I can't. It's so awkward. They all hate me. Leslie Keane's there. They're all here.
Oh, Leslie Kane's there.
Do they
Fucking
recognize
phenomenal.
you think?
Yeah, of course they know me. They heard me ask him that question. So,
oh, that's
yeah.
beautiful. Well, at least you didn't ask him about faceless. He would have called your mother a hooker.
Well, yeah, exactly. But yeah, yeah. But here's the thing. I think people have to start demanding more from these people who are telling us they've got the answers.
Yeah.
Why are those who are telling us they've got their answers and pushing for this transparency? Why are they gatekeeping? Why are they gatekeeping?
Right.
We know the answer. They don't have any answers. All they're doing is pushing so that they can be Ghostbusters, essentially. But
tell me,
anyway.
Charlie, did you get footage of that interaction with Schellenberger?
I might have done.
Yes! Yes!
I might have done.
Yes!
I might have got lots of footage of everything I did.
Oh my God, I cannot wait. I love it. I cannot wait to see his face in reaction. You said Lou was there with him walking?
Yeah, so I said it to Lou first, and he was like, in his eyes, obviously, he was like, fuck off. And then Schellenberger walked right behind, and I was like, why didn't you show him videos of Chinese lanterns or something like that? He looked at me and just walked. Yeah.
Oh, God bless you, Charlie. That is amazing.
Yeah, and I asked Sheehan about the $17,000 for his school. He said that's not up to him.
Oh, it's not. It's not. How about his $130,000 salary that he gets over there at the Paradigm Institute?
Right. Here's the thing. I've got to say, like Steve Bassett, I've interviewed Steve before, and I think he's a fucking crazy nutcase, but he's a decent person. He just wants disclosure. He really believes it. Sheehan did his lawyer stuff, so, to my questions, went off into, lawyer speak. Who else? Martin Willis is always lovely. Interviewed him. He was great. And a few others. They were all.
Hey, I thought I saw Chris Bledsoe in line. Was he there?
He was there. I didn't say anything to Chris. I spoke to Chris a few times before.
Okay.
But I just didn't have that. You know what? I found myself. I could have really gone after all these people. But,
oh man, why didn't you? Why didn't you, Charlie?
Well, I did to some extent, like I told you. But it got to the point where they just walk. They don't even react. They know they don't have to because people are still going to believe them anyway. They don't care. They don't care, right?
Right.
So they've got the followers. It's just walking away from people like me who want to put them on the spot. So, yeah.
Oh, dude, I love it.
Because I'm about to walk back into the building, but it's going to be really awkward because they're all there.
Yeah. Well, that's great. Yeah, please just soak up every moment of that awkwardness. Even if it's B-roll that never makes it. They're
all having photos with Jesse Michaels now and all that.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, Jesse Michaels. That's great. That's great. Oh, I love it. Just a bunch of UFO cultists out there, and they think they've won. Like they're doing their touchdown dance now outside of Congress.
Like you said, this is a Super Bowl. But Lou, what great entertainment! I love it.
Yes.
I love this entertainment. It's just brilliant.
No, it writes itself. Well, what I was going to say is I would, even if you never use that B-roll of all the awkward moments when you walk in there, I would love to one day just use that as a green screen background that I could just loop while I do my shows. Yeah, just the awkward hallway interactions with people who hate you because you dare question their belief. Has anybody been like aggressive towards you at all?
No. They're all they know the deal there. They're in government. I don't know about the bar later because some of them are staying in my hotel as well. So we'll see. No, we're in a government building. I'm not saying anything that's they may perceive it as an insult, but I'm not really wanting to insult. I want the truth. I want them to be like, I would have loved Lou if he'd have stopped and said, you know what, I messed up, and this is the reason why. He can't say that because we know the reason why.
Right.
So anyway, yeah, they've all gone now. So I'm just looking at what's that big dome structure? I don't know my architecture out here. It's Capitol Hill, I guess.
Yep,
Beautiful.
that's Capitol Hill.
Do you want to see? Should I put the camera on a little bit?
Yeah. Throw the camera on.
Is it?
Hold on. Yep, there you go.
Yep, that's Capitol
U.S. House of Representatives. There you go.
Yeah.
Love it, man, dude. Charlie on the ground, boots on the ground, researcher Charlie Parrish, and there's dude, yeah, seriously, your camera's gonna get. Be careful, just be careful walking around.
Shout out to Canon, who always treat me well, always supply. Look at that, beautiful.
No, it is. It's a gorgeous city. It's a gorgeous city. Okay, so what's the plan for tonight? Have you been invited to? Are you going to the after event that Sheehan is hosting?
Sorry, I was taking the camera off my sweaty mug, but
no, that's okay.
I went to it. Don't worry. I've got like 40 people turned up, and they were just clapping to themselves. It was again that's awkward, and I've got like Sheen's like, what do you mean we can't have a microphone? And the guy's like, yeah, we're in a public park, they won't give us a microphone. Okay, gather around, folks. Everything they do is just so
unorganized. Yeah, it's always unorganized. Well, literally, when you called in, we were going through because Third Phase of Moon just released what they call an exclusive interview with Tim Burchett, even though every asshole with a microphone has interviewed him before about aliens and bodies. That's nothing new. But when they do it, it's exclusive. But it's like
wait. I know who they. I mean, I've heard of Third Phase of the Moon.
Yeah.
But I think it was Darcy Ware who's like, you know who they are, and I was like, no, not really. They remind me of those guys with tigers in Vegas.
Yes, yeah, they're like the Siegfried and Roy. Yeah, they're the they are.
I was like, what are they doing here?
Yeah, they are the Siegfried and Roy of ufology. But what's hilarious is they've got this super serious post with this exclusive interview. They're walking down the halls of Congress, and they're using the mic on the camera, so all you hear is just echo. Like it's just a big echo, and this guy who lisps, he lisps, and he's asking him questions in an echoey hallway with no microphone. It's just like, why do you guys continue to literally knock out the bridge in front of your feet? Like it doesn't. It's so funny.
So, the cacophony in there of UFO this and alien that was it was loud, but they all do it at a low level because, this was one of the discussions. Nobody, until this Manhattan Project, which was absolutely shot stunningly, really, really well done, their standard, and, again, I don't want to seem like disrespectful, their standard is James Fox.
Right.
So you don't have to do anything with quality. You don't. Everything's accepted. I've just busted, I brought 2 really nice lenses. Did I need to? No, but I wanted to because I want it to be the best footage that I can. They're walking around with GoPros and stuff, and they'll put it in a movie.
Right.
So, everything they do is just subpar. But, I have to button it with those people who line up today wanting the truth, excited about the truth. They're the real people. They're the lovely ones. The unfortunate thing is that they think that the likes of Elizondo and whatnot are fighting for them. They're not.
Well, that's the thing. The thing that I think they don't realize is they are more excited about the truth than the people providing it.
Right,
you know, like, because like, let's say if I was the person who knew where the reverse engineered alien space program was, I would be so fucking giddy and ready to answer any question that gives the fucking any clue whatsoever as to where that is.
Yeah.
You know, and there's no excitement. There's no, it's not like behind the scenes, these guys are bubbling with an excitement that's going to change the world. They're less excited and less enthusiastic than the people showing up to form the line to listen to the BS they're about to spew.
Yeah. I agree with that then, yeah. But hey, listen, I've had a great day. I've had a great couple of days. Great flight out. Went to see the Exorcist Steps last night, my favourite movie.
Nice.
Yeah. A couple of drinks and then the theatre of this. And yeah, it was a great experience.
Oh my gosh. Well, when are you back home?
I'm gonna come back tomorrow, but then I might be in Texas on Friday. I don't know yet, but
okay.
But I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow for sure for a few hours.
All right, cool. Well, we should we have a meeting that we got to plan here. But I think today's events was for us just content, just more content, and more comedy, because this stuff just writes itself. I just love this idea. Really of a group of experts that have all the secrets and they do everything in their power to not give you any of them.
But Lou, the awkwardness is catching as well. I caught it. I mic'd one guy up and I went to get the microphone from him and he held out his hand to shake his hand. Then realised I wanted the microphone. I went to shake his hand. So I had that awkward nerd UFO moment. And I was like, I'm just one of them.
Yeah. Okay, well here's a question, and I think it's a flawed question, but I'm wondering how you would answer this. So the ultimate question remains: beyond the flawed voices delivering the information, is there substance in the topic that demands our attention?
For me, the older I get, the more I say no. It's been people have seen things that they can't identify. I've done it 10 times today. These things. When you think you know somebody, you go, oh, that's not them. We're not very good at identifying things all the time. Right. So no, it's like Ryan Graves is going in there. Ryan Graves is in there. Gallaudet got him in there. They're pushing for money. They want that money for Americans. Yep. When was the last time you were on a commercial flight and they had to land because of a UFO?
Right.
Never. There's nothing that's changed. The skies have never been safer. The skies have never been safer. And yet they're campaigning for loads of money because aliens might be flying out there.
Yeah, because it's not safe. Because they say it's not safe out there. Yeah.
It's so funny. It's all a good show. I enjoy it.
Well, Matt, I'm same question for you. I mean, you've got one of the largest UFO.
Matt Riot. All right.
Yeah. Matt's here. He's got one of the largest UFO book collections on the planet. What do you think? What do you think of that question?
His closely follows mine.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
I mean, fuck, dude. I started as a believer, and now look where I'm at. Like, every believer hates me. So yeah, there's a reason for it. It's just they don't have any answers, and I just don't get why believers aren't pissed. This isn't good enough. Why do you fucking people pushing for transparency? Why are you the least transparent motherfuckers out of all of them? Like, I don't get why they aren't mad.
Well, exactly. Why are you gatekeeping?
Yeah.
And then campaigning for this transparency. It makes no sense. But again, they've got the followers, they've got the buyers of the book, they've got the watchers of the TV shows. They do not care. They're going to push.
Yeah.
And pantomime. It's just a show. It's just a show for money.
Well, also, I'll answer.
Listen, I'm going to run inside, guys.
All right, Charlie.
Right, great
Stay
to
safe,
chat.
Charlie.
I'll speak to you tomorrow.
Yep. I'll talk to you tomorrow, buddy.
See you,
All right,
mate.
buddy. Bye.
Bye.
I'm going to answer this question and say it is a topic that demands our attention, but at the core of that attention, I think it's new human tech. And I think that is interesting. That is worthy of asking questions about, because if there is tech that looks alien, I want to know how that works. Like, I want to know about the newest tech that we have, even maybe sometimes when I shouldn't. Like I just want to know about the new toys and the new things that science is working on. And I think at the core of this question, there would be some very interesting answers from that end. And then I think there would be maybe some interesting answers from an atmospheric conditions end. I think there would be some interesting answers from a misidentification end. I think the answers that need investigating need to be very well shared and put out there for the masses to consume good intelligence, good information, clear and concise facts, not fucking mystery and mysticism and ghosts and goblins and smoke that we can't catch. Shit has got to stop because it's clear as day that it is affecting how our intelligence communities report and talk about this stuff and believe in this stuff. It's a problem. It's more of a problem than I think people are realizing. I think the lawmakers that do know it's a really big issue are the lawmakers that no longer talk about this issue because they don't want to bring attention to what the real issues are, which is a huge national security hole and our tech and also enemy tech infiltrating our airspace at basically whenever they want. That's the real story here, and that's what's being overcast and overlooked and ignored with this UFO distraction. So I think I've said everything I need to say on this for today anyway. We've done a pretty long live stream here. I didn't know we were going to go this long.
Jesus.
But it was good. I think we learned that there's still nothing to this. There's still nothing to this, and that this is just a bunch of smoke and mirrors until some evidence actually comes to the table. This has not raised the bar as far as what we say here on this show, like helping us raise the bar. This hearing did not raise the bar at all as far as good information or clarity or answers or facts. It just, if anything, it lowered the bar. It's still in the mud. The bar hasn't even been raised at all. There's just been nothing here. No amount of information or validation on any level. On any level.
I'm interested to see the believers' takes after this, though, just to get that perspective and see what their arguments are for why this is a win, because I know that they'll probably turn it all into wins.
No, that's all they're going to try and do. They're going to try and turn this into wins and use this as, oh, we told you so. But yeah, there's nothing new. This will not be discussed on any major level. Again, nothing stopped. Everybody's still at work. Everybody's still paying bills. Everybody's still going to school and doing their shit. It's only us that are sitting here going, splicing every word and what it means. But it's clear as day they don't mean anything. They're just words. It's just word salad. Both of these hearings have been word salad that have provided us nothing. For as taxpayers, nothing. We've got nothing. And it should upset you. If you want truth, if you want transparency. Evidence. We should be getting, who would you like to see? I tell you, let's end on this. Who would you like to see in a public hearing? I'll start. Just because I kind of put you on the spot. I'd go Hal Puthoff, Kit Green.
That's it.
And yeah, I think that's it, right?
Yeah, Kit Green, Hal Puthoff. That would have been my answer.
Yep. Because all roads, like Charlie said, all roads lead to them. Matthew, it's been a joy to have you here. Happy birthday, man. Thanks for hanging out with me this whole time. Hey, Pinzer. Hey, thanks, Mod. There's our beautiful Mod, Pinzerloo. Thank you for being here. Dude, we got to do this more. We got to come hang out more. I want to talk about more about obviously the book collection, but you know, the people, how put off at Kate Green specifically, and how the roads lead there.
Everyone should go watch Carl Pilkington's movie Mirage Men, because it's a great movie. We watched it again last night, and it's like watching this, but 20 years ago, you know, and coming to the same conclusions and who's behind it and why. Right.
No, it's a great flick. Definitely check out Mirage Men, and check out all the links that we have below. You can help support the show with the links below, but also there are links to help people who are in the situation. If you think you're being abducted, if you think you're having, CE5 contact experiences or anything like that, we've got a list of books in the description below where you can go and research why those things might be happening to you, and be pointed in a direction that maybe gives you some real answers and real help, as opposed to a bouncing ball of just an echo chamber where your beliefs are just reinforced by people who don't know what they're talking about. So check out those links in the description below. Matt, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for always being here for so long, and your insights, your input was valuable. I appreciate it, dude.
Yeah, anytime, bro.
All right, my man. I'll see you later.
All right. Cheers, everyone.
Peace out. So that was Matt Wright, everyone. And yeah, guys, this was a fun show. I appreciate everyone being here. This was exactly what I thought it was gonna be. They are who we thought they were. That's basically what we got today. They are who we thought they were, which is grifters, shillers, storytellers, trust me broers, no real evidence, no real clarity, just a bunch of bullshit. The UFO story is bullshit. And then now, once you've realized that, you got to ask yourself, the next question is, okay, well, why? Why are they using that? What are they, why are they using this bullshit? What are they covering up with it? What are they using it as a distraction for? And I mean, I think the answer is pretty evident, but anyway, you guys, fun show. What happened to the music? Why did it pause? Oh, okay, that's why. Anyway, I can't thank my guests and friends that were here. Charlie, who was our man on the ground in DC, gave us the insight on what was happening in the room, and the people who dedicated their time to going to this event. Again, we're going to see here in the next few days, like, what comes out of the believer camp as far as the meaning, the meaning of this hearing. They're gonna attach all sorts of things to it. But here's the thing we'll definitely be able to do here is we're gonna be able to laugh, because this was a huge joke. It was a waste of fucking time. Anyway, you guys, thank you so damn much for hanging out today. Again, check out the links in the description below. If you haven't already, like, share, ring the bell. That way you're notified anytime we do shows like this. This will probably be the last show of the week. We'll probably see you guys next week. Again, check out the links below for help, for ways to help not only yourself, but this channel. If you want to support this channel with the almighty dollar, you can do that. Thank you so much to I'm Not Here, This Isn't Happening, and our other donators for today in the super chat. Truly appreciate it. Thank you to my mods. Thank you to everyone who was in the chat here, including Cosmic Judas and a couple other friends that I saw. Thank you so damn much for embarking on this journey of discovery together. Stay curious, stay skeptical, and do not settle for information that does not raise the bar. Thank you. If you're here, if you're watching, you're helping raise the bar. And so far, it hasn't. The bar is, it better not be bullshit. If it's bullshit, it won't come close to what our bar is set at. So thank you for helping me set that height. Honestly, we can't do it without you guys. With that said, enjoy the rest of your week. Enjoy your weekend. Get out there, have fun, do something outside of the UFO community, touch real grass, hug real people, go have a good dinner, go see a movie, go play some golf, go fly a kite, go to the beach, take a hike, whatever you do, just get out of this for, even if it's only for an hour, just go. I know that was an issue I had for a long time. I'm giving you permission to do it. So with that said, I love you all. Have a great day. Peace out.
Thank you.